Okay, welcome to council meeting in Spanish Fork City, October 21st, 2025. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, especially the kids on the front row. It's always fun to have kids here. Thanks for coming. We'll get started like we always do in Spanish Fork with a motivational thought or message and prayer. Councilman Marshall has that, and then Councilman Cardin will do the pledge after that. Councilman Marshall.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I've asked the Veterans Council to come and support us today. So Steve Stone's going to give us the thought, and then Steve Lowe's going to give us a prayer right after that.
I'm not a motivational speaker, so I'm going to give an informational message today. I'd like to talk a little bit about the Spanish Fork Veterans Council, who we are and what we do. Our council includes 7 members, 3 members from each of the 2 veterans organizations here in town, plus a representative from the city council. And Councilman Marshall is our representative, and we appreciate him coming to our meetings and supporting us in that way. We have 4 general responsibilities that we look at. Our first and probably the most important is to support our veterans and promote patriotism in our community. We also act as liaison between our 2 veterans organizations here in Spanish Fork. We have oversight over the maintenance and management of the Veterans Memorial Building. We organize our Memorial Day program every year, and we make sure our Veterans Monument at the cemetery is maintained and the names stay up to date on it and on the crosses that we put out on Memorial Day. I want to tell you a little bit of a story about the monument at the cemetery. In the mid-1990s and before, veterans were honored on Memorial Day by the white crosses. The veterans would put them out on just before Memorial Day, as we do now. But one old veteran named Robert Hutchins, noticed it was kind of a difficult task for the older veterans, and that's us. Well, that wasn't us then, but anyway, the older veterans were struggling to get the crosses out, and he thought, why don't we just make a monument and put all the names of those that are fallen on this monument, and then we won't need to put out the crosses. And so he did. So our veterans, city officials, and individuals banded together and made Bob's dream become a reality. Our monument was dedicated Memorial Day of 1999 with just over 1,000 names. The kicker is when the community heard we're not going to put out the crosses, there was an uprising, and so we ended up putting up the crosses anyway, and we've done so ever since then. In 2009, we decided and could see that the 4 walls that we had up were not going to be enough to hold the plaques that we have, and so we got together and built 4 more walls, and that's what we have now. Today we have just under 2,000 names and crosses. I'd like to thank the city for your support and endeavors as well for supporting our veterans. The latest thing is our banners on Main Street with the pictures and names of our veterans and supporting and recognizing them. And I want to thank you, and we want to thank you for all your support in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we're indeed grateful for the opportunities we have to meet in the City Council room. We pray for thy blessings upon their deliberations, that they might do the best they can for Spanish Fork and for the residents thereof. We give thanks unto thee for the service that those have put out and for the veterans. We pray that thou will bless those that now guard the gates of freedom, that we might be able to live our lives as such stainless integrity that we might be able to serve those around us in any way we can. We pray for the blessings in their deliberations this night. In the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Councilman Cardin, do you mind if I ask Lynn to lead us in the pledge? Lynn, would you lead us? Would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Jess.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you fine men coming tonight. Now we've got a recognition that will go to item C here. Councilwoman Beck will bring up a special guest tonight at council meeting.
Well, I have the honor of knowing Lily Goodwin. Lily, will you come up to the podium right here? Lily attends Maple Mountain High School. If I say anything wrong, please correct me. She just turned 16. She's a sophomore and already has accomplished some pretty significant historical things. She lives, eats, breathes pickleball,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
Maybe it was forced on you by your parents at an early age, but now you love it, right?
Yes,
Just
I love
kidding.
it.
I know your parents love it and have fully supported you, and it's just really cool to see the parents in our community encouraging their kids to grow. And so will you tell us a little bit about your accomplishments with pickleball?
Yes, I would love to. My name's Lily Goodwin, and I'm 16. I go to Maple Mountain High School, and I am in 10th grade. I started playing pickleball 4 years ago, and I got my first sponsorship, like paddle sponsorship, 3 years ago, so in 6th grade. We played, in 9th grade, I played in my first high school pickleball, just the high school pickleball team, and we won state, just the first time ever. And then now I play for the UVU college pickleball team, and I got drafted as the #1 girl player on their team. And some of my goals are just to be the #1 girl in the world. And
A small goal.
Just to be.
yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank all of you for having me here. Yeah.
So you've made history by, you were the first pickleball state champion,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
And then you were the first pickleball high school student to be on a college team in Utah.
Yes.
So two really cool things, right?
That's
Wow.
fantastic. So I've got a question
Yes.
for Lily. So for those of us that maybe don't play as much pickleball, describe what is a pickleball team. Is it just you and one other player? Or when you talk about high school pickleball, what does a pickleball team look like?
So it's kind of, for high school, it was just a big group of kids, just all of us switched around and played with each other. And then for the UVU team, we have 4 on a team, so 2 girls and 2 boys.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're the #1 team, or #1 foursome, right, at UVU right now?
Yes, we
Okay.
are.
That's fantastic.
So, Lily, I have the privilege of knowing your family fairly well, I guess. You and your dad set a goal a couple years ago to hit how many pickleballs? Do you remember what that goal was? Your dad might remember.
1 million.
1 million pickleballs. And I remember when you guys set that goal, and it was because if you can hit 1 million pickleballs, you can become the best,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And you're probably, I don't know if you know how many pickleballs you've hit at this point. You guys
So
are probably
many.
it's probably a lot. But I know I've seen Lily grow and in confidence and in just who you are through playing pickleball. So like whether it's pickleball or whether it's a sport, whether it's we've had people who are riding horses and different things that have come up here. It just seems like when people have a goal that they want to do, they achieve great things, and it usually has a parent or somebody behind them helping them. So thank you, parents, for standing behind Lily and helping her to achieve goals.
Yes.
So Lily, we had you on Studio Chatter about a week ago, and you shared with us like your long-term goal, like it's big, audacious goal. Share with the council what that is.
So I just want to be able to play with all like the pros in the world and just be able to play for college and then maybe one day be in the Olympics.
So just maybe be in the Olympics one day.
Hopefully.
You're the best in the world. That's the place you should
Better
be.
be.
Yes.
That would be awesome.
You do it every day? You play pickleball every single
Yeah,
day?
every morning me and my dad go and drill before school.
So it's winter is coming. It's getting colder. What do you do in the wintertime to
So
keep
my
fresh?
dad has a car dealership, so he has like a little pickleball court up there.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
By
then they
little, it's
have
regulation size, but
Yeah.
They have cemented their whole backyard, so she can go right out the back door and
Yeah.
play. Lily, you're awesome. Thanks for coming in and letting us recognize you.
Yeah.
And Mayor Mendenhall even has a certificate to give you. And so we'd love for you to come up and shake our hands, and then we'd love to take a photo so we can put it on our city's social media. Is that
Okay,
cool?
yeah, thank you so much.
Lily, will you come just stand right there? Bring your biggest supporters.
that's Jack's, right?
Yeah, why don't you guys go? Do you guys have to go to our games? You may as well come on up if you're supporting her. Yeah.
You can get front and center and take it first if you want.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Come on, Dad. Come on, girl.
Yeah, get Grandma
Come on.
and Grandpa.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Great Grandma, get them all in there.
All right, here we go. Thanks.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Lily.
Mayor, just a quick question, Lily. Some of these mayor and council members fancy themselves really good pickleball players, and they were talking back before the meeting that they think they're better than you. I think
Well, we should play.
that's what we're looking for. I can feel Shane's eyes glaring at me right now.
I have never once played.
You shook the hands of a couple people who are Olympic champions as well in pickleball in the Spanish Fork City Olympics.
Who is?
That guy right over there in the corner, he's won a couple, and they weren't even the senior games.
Oh.
Hey. Wow. Jeez.
But if you need somebody to spar with, Mayor Mendenhall, he thinks he's pretty good, so we'd appreciate it if you'd humble him.
Okay.
You can pick anybody to be your partner and play against him anytime.
Yeah, I would love to.
So would we. We'd
We
love
have.
to see that.
How close are we to the pickleball court complete? It looks pretty complete in the recreation center, but the FitCity Center, we're a few weeks away. Yeah, we're close. So maybe that's where we. That's where we.
That would be
battle it
a
out.
great.
There we go.
That'd be a great kickoff.
FCN
That
will
would
be
be.
there.
Yeah,
Would you, Lily? Would you play left-handed?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I
And
would.
blindfolded.
And blindfolded.
Lily, I will tell you, this is a little bit a selfish thing of me, but when we have youth like yourself from Spanish Fork that accomplish great things like you've done, it's just an investment hedge of mine. But we have you sign this because it's probably going to be worth lots of money when you're an Olympic champion, and these are in the mayor's office. So the mayor's office, if you went there right now, has signed pictures of state champions and national champions that go from the regular eye level all the way up to the ceiling because we're getting so many. But you'll be added in the mayor's office, so that'll be in there, and you can come bring your friends and press them. Say my picture's in the mayor's office.
After you kick his butt.
Yeah, especially after that. I'll have you sign another one after that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Lily,
Thank
for
you
coming. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right. Good start to the meeting. Maybe the veterans want to get in on that pickleball game. I don't know. Stoney, do you do that? No?
Thank you, Steve.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming. So this takes us to the public comments section of our agenda now. Anybody from the public that would like to address the mayor and council? We have a few public hearings on the agenda tonight, so if you're here for one of those, wait till that section. But anybody that would like to address the mayor and council generally or ask questions, this is the section to do that if you'd like to come up for public comment. Going once, twice. Sold. Okay. We'll go to council comments now. We'll start on the interior here with Councilman Euler and work this way to Councilwoman Beck last, if that's all right. Councilman Euler.
Thank you, Mayor. Steve Stone mentioned our veteran banners. Just want to make the public aware that those will start going up. I think they started today and tomorrow. So if you're a parent that's planning on bringing your youth on Saturday to our trick or treat on Main, I would just invite you as you're walking down Main Street with your kids to take a second to look up at these veteran banners and encourage your kids to look up at these veteran banners. Read the names, see which war they served in, and talk a little bit to your kids about the importance of honoring and respecting our veterans and recognizing all that they have done and continue to do for our community. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Euler. Councilman Cardin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just, I don't have really anything to report on, but just want to thank those that have put their names in to run for office during this election, and please get out and vote. Vote for those who best represent you. We do have a mayor and 2 city council members up. I know Tara's going to talk about it a little bit more here in a minute, but just make sure you get out and make your voice heard. That's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Cardin. Councilman Took.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things here this evening. We do not have our president of the Chamber of Commerce with us, as she usually is. Excuse me. They are in the process of moving their offices right now to just south of Main Street, across from the rodeo grounds. So that's happening today. So that location's, and she'll talk more about that in 2 weeks when she comes back. Join us, but Kathleen did ask me to remind everyone what Councilman Euler mentioned. That is the trick or treat on Main Street, which is this coming Saturday from 1 to 3 p.m. So please come out, bring your kids. It's so much fun. You already see all the decorations out on Main Street from all the amazing businesses in our community. So that will be a lot of fun. And then lastly, just kind of like Councilman Cardin said, just kudos to those running for local office. We have a candidate here in the audience tonight, and those here on council and the mayor. I understand what it's like to be in this position, and it's very vulnerable, and there's a lot that goes into it. It's an investment, and but I'm loving the mailers I'm seeing. I'm loving the signs and just the bravery. So kudos to all of you, and please vote. It's going to be here quick, so don't forget to get that. That's all I've got, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Took. Councilman Marshall.
I just want to thank the Chamber for hosting the Meet the Candidate Night last week, I think it was. Great event. Thank you for all the candidates that came and chatted that night. It was great to meet all of you. Appreciate it. Get out and vote. Ballots are in your mailbox, right? So get them out, check a couple boxes and send them in. It's that time of year, and those folks that spoke before served so that we could do that. So make sure you vote. That's it.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilman Marshall. And Councilwoman Beck.
Okay, I just wanted to report to the mayor and council. I was asked to sit on a new board by the mayor. It's the MAG and MPO. There's a lot of acronyms for meetings and things in council, and MAG is for the Mountain Land Association of Governments, and MPO is the Metropolitan Planning Organization. And I went to my first meeting and found out that they are in phase 1 of the Santaquin rebuilding the on-off ramp and widening I-15 out by Santaquin. I don't know what phase 1 means, though. Does that mean the build-out's next year? Does that mean it's in 5 years? Any idea what phase 1 of anything means?
That's the one next to you.
Okay, I'll know.
Why are you looking at me?
Oh,
yeah.
phase 1.
Why are you looking at it that way? It's the planning phase. They did the environmental work in Santa
I
Quinn.
told someone it's probably 5 to 10 years. It means now they're going to study the project.
No, it's studied. There's a need. All of
Okay.
the solutions found. Now they just need to find the money, which
Okay.
is probably 2 years from now before construction starts.
Thank you,
bet.
Shane.
Yep, anytime.
Okay, they're also working to just get better transit over the Point of Mountain to Salt Lake City. And the homeless shelter will be 105 days this year. And then the Utah County Auditor's Office talked to us a little bit about truth in taxation. And Seth, this will be good for you to know. Jordan's not here, but it sounds like in the future, if we have truth in taxation, that can be the only thing on the agenda that night. Does that sound right? Okay, you already know that. Great. So if we have other things, it'll have to be on another night. So I think that's all from that meeting. Just wanted to report on that.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Beck. My comment echo what's already been said about the election. The ballots are out; they've been mailed to you. Take a minute, make sure to do that duty that yes is part of our republic, part of our duty, especially in local elections. I don't know if I told the story in public, but the fact that we do have ballots mailed to us now, and the ability to drop them in a drop box just out back here or put them in the mailbox, it makes it a lot easier than the one-day voting that we used to do. So kind of the excuses of not filling out a ballot are kind of gone. I did have a resident that let me know how thankful they were that they got ballots. His spouse was in a care facility, and it just wouldn't have been prudent for him to be able to get her out and be in a line all day to vote. So they were thankful that they were able to fill out their ballot in the primary election and do the same in the general. So feel like you're honoring your ancestors. You're certainly honoring the veterans by making right by a ballot and voting for whoever you feel represents your interests. Chief Johnson, maybe this is a question not to put you on the spot, but we've got Halloween coming up pretty soon here before we meet again. What's your advice, your best advice for kids and families to be safe as they start roaming our neighborhoods?
Exactly.
Weeks.
Just watch out for traffic, carry a light with you, parents walk with your children. We're looking forward to the Saturday event here on Main Street, but we just urge all motorists to be careful because there's lots of pedestrians, so just be attentive during your driving, and parents, just make sure you're watching out with your children on Halloween night while they're out trick-or-treating. So we just want a safe community and safe for everybody, so thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Public safety officials will be out, but let's not try to use them that night. Let's be safe driving and walking through our community and have a good celebration that way. Okay, takes us to staff reports. Manager Perrins, anything following up on staff reports?
Yeah, just one thing to follow up on what Councilwoman Beck said. This year was really a clunky administration year for the truth in taxation. There were a lot of little nuances to the law that many entities, schools, cities, that they missed. So we are working with legislative partners to potentially clean up some of the clunkiness of the truth in taxation process. Not eliminate it, but try to get rid of some of the clunkiness of it. But one thing a new idea that's being floated, and I think if you as elected officials have an opinion about this, your voice will be really helpful, is if you recall, we approve our budget in June, and you have to signal your intent by the 1st of June to have a truth and taxation hearing to potentially raise the property tax. But that hearing isn't until August, 2 months after you've wanted to approve your budget. And so you're kind of committed, into the fiscal year by the time it happens. That is one clunky element to it. We've been talking about should we have that truth and taxation hearing earlier, perhaps in June, maybe in May, which would require us to be sooner in perhaps our deliberations about when that rate whether or not we'd want to increase the rate. But it would align the hearing with our budget process, not put it 2 months after. I don't know if any of you have any initial thoughts on that concept or not, but if you do, I'd love to get them.
Anything? I'm always sooner the better in front of the public so it could be debated and discussed. So
Okay. All right. Well, that's helpful. I think we only have a couple of items. I mean, we probably should talk sewer at some point, but other than that, I think we're going to have a couple of traffic things.
Yeah, I have a few slides, and I'll maybe come up so I can.
It's killing it, by the way.
We just had a few traffic improvement projects we wanted to share with the council and the public as well. This first one is not a project that's happened yet. We've been working for a while to look for solutions up in the Canyon Creek area. This is a zoomed out version, but if you see, I don't know if you can see my cursor there. I don't know how to make it a red laser, but if you can see that star, this is the intersection we're looking at. So as we zoom in, this intersection here has had several concerns as we've watched it.
Did a planner draw this, or what?
This was an engineer that drew this.
Really?
Yes.
A surveyor, maybe? Not an engineer. Come on. Look at those cars.
I won't name names.
Okay.
But
Jack?
Oh.
Jack helped us.
That guy's jackknifed.
So you can see the different colors there that kind of correspond with some of the issues. We've seen some accidents at this intersection. If you drive through there in a busy time, you certainly know what it feels like. And we see pedestrians crossing here a lot, which is concerning with the traffic that we see there and the number of lanes they have to cross. In the intersection, I'm going to give up on the pointer, where you see the purple and the pictures of the delivery trucks there coming out, they often exit the Walmart area turning left and often get stuck with other vehicles blocking lanes.
Turning left.
Wow. I'm just not sure how to use this pointer today.
One's coming behind you.
Thank you. I was going to say, I didn't push the button, did I?
There you go. That's happening right now. We're talking about roundabouts.
Okay. We'll get back here. So those left-hand turns coming out of the Walmart side of the road have been really problematic. The red line there, you can see often vehicles are turning out and making U-turns at that intersection, causing problems. And then lastly, the beautiful cars that Councilman Marshall pointed out. During peak times, there's not enough turn lane there, so they back up and block traffic getting through the area and just create a gridlock. Any questions or comments on the problems we're seeing there? I think everyone's probably felt some of these as you've driven through the area. So the adjustments that we are looking at making are to restrict some of the movements at that intersection. We originally looked at cutting off any left-hand turns out of either side of the road. We were concerned about what that might do to the businesses in the area, so we went out and talked to each of them and gave them some information and a chance to give us feedback. Left-hand turns into, I'll say, the Deseret Book area, workforce services are really important to them. We also feel like if they didn't have those, it would push more of that traffic down to the Kirby Lane intersection and create problems there. So we elected to try to keep that left-hand turn into those businesses for now, cutting off the left-hand turns in and out of the Walmart side of that intersection. What that does is that extends that left turn pocket from the signalized intersection at Commerce Way to allow more stacking of vehicles, and it gets rid of a lot of those unsafe movements through that intersection. So we're working on getting a contractor and building this. I'm not sure we'll get it in before the winter, but if we can get it in, we will. If not, it'll be early next spring. So, have any thoughts or comments? If not, I'll move on to the next one. If you've driven through the Spanish Fork Parkway 700 South roundabout lately, you'll notice our roundabout isn't quite round anymore. It still works well on the ground. The challenge we've had, that laser works really well, thanks, is vehicles that are backing up from the US 6 signal into the roundabout, and when that happens, it shuts down all traffic in that roundabout and creates problems. So we've widened the lanes on that west side so that if you're in the green lane, the right lane going southbound, on that picture on the right, that will take you to a right turn on Highway 6, and if that traffic backs up into the roundabout, there's still enough room for that second lane of travel to get through the roundabout whichever direction they want. So this seems to be working very well, and I would call this a good interim measure to get things going. We are actively working on the intersection with US 6 to widen one more lane there. It's taking a long time as we're working with the railroad to add another lane so that we can have 2 through lanes and 1 right turn, which will really alleviate the problems there. So we just wanted to get this up to help the public understand what those new lanes are for and how to use them. So,
Corey, just real quick, with that right turn lane going onto Highway 6, once there is a designated right, is there a way to have it to where they turn into a merge lane instead of actually turning onto Highway 6 so that it can be more continuous flow?
We could. We're early in the planning stages of that project. I know they're working towards 60% drawings that we just came out. I'll double check. Absolutely could be a great thing. What we see happen today is many people get in that right turn lane and use it as a through right.
Right, yeah.
And so they're blocking right-hand turns until the signal comes so that they can get straight through to the south side of Highway 6. And that shouldn't happen, so stop it.
That'll be one that
You're the one honking.
to do that, you'd need to have that coordination with UDOT, so that we'd have to have their permission. It's a great idea, but one that I'm sure they would want to study and make sure that it's not going to cause a problem. But
Corey,
There's one.
oh, go ahead.
I was going to say there's one sign that says right turn only once you're up to Highway 6. Could we make
There's 3.
1 or 2 signs? There are already 3?
Yeah, there's 3
Oh,
signs.
I only know about the first. Okay.
Look up sooner.
Speaking of signage, someone asked, I may or may not be close in proximity to this. So there has been a lot of conversation about signage going into the roundabout with the changes, and with a lot of newer drivers, and maybe not so new drivers that don't know what's going on in the roundabout, it might be helpful to have some signage before they get up to the roundabout what lane they need to be into. At high school, we've seen, as high school is getting out, there's a lot of trying to figure it out happening.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll look at that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, those are the updates I wanted to share with you tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks, Corey.
Thanks, Corey. Manager, anything else?
No.
Good. Takes us from staff reports to Spanish Fork 101. We have a couple updates in 101. First, our recorder, Tara Silver, is going to give us a general election information update.
Great. Just want to let people know that the general election is coming up November 4th. You've all talked about it. I'm glad we're all talking about it. I realized today that we have, from the primary election to the general election, we have 84 days to figure out which candidate we want to vote for. And then once we get our ballot, we have 15 to 20 days to fill it out and turn it in. I would think that all of us could find time to do that. Maybe just remember and take it off your counter and fill it out and turn it in. But I just want to let you know kind of where we left off for the primary election. These were the results. It just kind of gives you an idea of where your candidate may be. And maybe you need to rally the troops. Maybe you just need to go back out and vote, whatever it is. This will just kind of give you an idea of where that stands at this point. And then how your ballot will look. This is your ballot. You only vote for one for mayor, or you can vote for no mayor, but we hope that you vote for one. And if you vote for two, obviously your ballot will not count on that one. And then for city council members, there are only 2 seats open, so you can only vote for 2, up to 2. You can vote for 1 or you can vote for 2. So just make sure that that doesn't spoil your ballot, that you're kind of watching how many people you can vote for. We just have an alert. If you're going to mail your ballot, make sure it's several days before the election. It has to reach the county office by 8 p.m. on election night. So if you're going to mail it, make sure you do it now. Do it now and in the next couple days. And if you forget or you've waited too long, something came up, there's an easy choice. You can put it in any Utah County ballot box. We have one right outside Library Hall here. And then you can also vote in person on the day of the election. So there's many options. Please choose one and make it work for you.
Tara, if they want to fill out their ballot and just bring their ballot and give it to a person on election day, can they do that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
They actually have a separate line for them. They call it Fast Cast, where they've already got their ballot, and so they already know it's that person, and they will double check their ID, and then they'll let them go through.
Thank you.
Do we have a location in Spanish Fork for
Yes,
in-person
it's going to be
voting?
right here in the Heritage Room. Yep. And then just want to remind everybody where that ballot box is. If you're new to voting, if you haven't put it in the ballot box before, this is where it's at. It's at Library Hall, right here in this building that we're in. It's out by the library drop box. Many people probably know that. And I'll show you a little bit here. You're going to go past 3 drop boxes before you can mail it in that post office box. Or you can see that that's the Utah County official ballot drop box. That's where you will put your ballot if you want to put it in a drop box. If you're going to mail it, again, make sure it's there by 8 o'clock on election day at the county. But if you're going to put it in the ballot box, you have all the way to the election by 8 o'clock. And then you can always vote in person at Library Hall right here the day of the election. That's only on the day of the election. And then you can early vote in person at the county starting October 27th through the 31st and November 3rd. They will also be open for early voting. So lots of ways to vote. Please go out and do it. There is one correction. This has been frustrating for some voters. The county has left some instructions on the ballot that you need to include the last 4 digits of your driver's license or social security number. They tested that for the primary. They decided they didn't need it, and so they took off the number part, but they didn't take off the instructions. So the instructions say, put in this number, and there's nowhere to put that number in. So that's been frustrating for people, as you can imagine. So make sure that you know all you have to do is sign that ballot. And going forward, that law doesn't take effect until 2029, unless they change that sooner. But you just have to sign your ballot. I've had multiple people call me and say, I didn't put those numbers. Is my ballot spoiled? Does it not count? And it absolutely will count. You only need a signature. So make sure you pass that along. This is one of those things that we don't like to see. We don't want to confuse people. And we want to make sure people feel like they can vote. And then here's just all the information and why you would contact these different sites. The Spanish Fork website is going to have the candidates' websites. It's going to have their financial disclosures. It's going to have their contact information. And then we also have the Utah State website. That's where the candidates' profiles are. And the Utah County website is going to tell you where all those Utah drop boxes are and where the election centers are as well. If you're having trouble with your ballot, you can call the Utah County or you can call me. And then just the city recorder. If you have any questions, please give me a call and I'd be happy to direct you to what you need. And so I would just say there is so much effort that goes into elections by these candidates. There is a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of heart and soul that these candidates put in. And I would say take the time to educate yourself about who they are, what they believe in, and then get out and vote. So do that now, do that tonight, do it right now. We'd love to have you vote. Thanks. Any questions?
Questions for Tara?
No, thanks, Tara.
Tara, thank you for that. I appreciate you touching on the fiscal part of it, of candidates investing in it. But the city has an investment in voting as well, as far as taxpayer funds. Primary election and a general election is your taxpayer dollars that are real dollars that are spent on this. We get a bill from the county, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
So we're upwards of, we're going to be six digits, right, Seth, by the time this is done?
Yes.
So you're paying for it.
Yes,
as a taxpayer. Use that money wisely and make your voice heard.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Fill out a ballot. You already paid for it.
So true. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, to be specific, we budgeted about $50,000 for the primary election and about $70,000 for the general.
Okay.
So it's significant money.
Amount of money. All right. Don't let it go to waste. Use your voice at the ballot box. Thank you, Tara. Appreciate the professional way you've run our elections here in Spanish Fork. Takes us to item B of 101, Mr. Dale Robinson and the FitCity Center.
You look so sharp tonight.
Sharp.
Don't try to get out of it.
Sorry, give me just a second. Thanks, Councilwoman Beck. I appreciate that. That's very nice. We're excited to be here today to give you a little bit of an update on the FitCity Center, on the Recreation Center, and basically just keep letting you know that we're really excited about this, and keep you posted on how progress is going. We've been asked over the next 3 council meetings to give you updates on where we're at and continue to notify the public on where we're going and how things are progressing. So let me see. So our agenda for tonight is going to be we're going to give you a little bit of a construction update, and then Nick is going to talk about our timeline, give you kind of an update on that. And we've got Shelly Ann here, who's our operations manager, a membership person, to be able to give you some exciting news on some updates on membership and sales. Just so that you know that things are happening. This is exciting. We've had the building inspection come and pass off our building already. So we're waiting for the health department is scheduled for Thursday. So that's our last big inspection hurdle.
Elevators? Sorry.
Yeah, the elevators. We're still waiting on the elevators. Although we used the elevators today and moved in some fitness equipment. So the fitness floor upstairs now has some fitness equipment set up. So we're starting there. There's a couple of things we obviously can't control, and that's the elevator inspector comes whenever he's going to get here. And we can't touch that elevator or it voids the warranty until he comes and passes it off. So the
say you used it?
I know, you just said you used it
Well,
publicly.
the public didn't use it.
We did, but we have to bring in an operator.
Oh.
We have to get permission from. We have to bring an operator in to run it for us. I know.
Start with that.
I know.
Yeah, I was like,
Really hard. We haven't figured out which way he's up.
Come on up.
I hope he charges by the hour.
wow.
Railroad light.
Oh,
Charges
I'm
by the
sorry.
floor.
It's very frustrating actually, but we've waited on them more than once for one of our deliveries.
Wow.
But we're talking about positive stuff. Thanks, Seth, for sending me off on the elevator. Anyway, there are a couple things that we're waiting on, but the pools are operating indoors. They're going to be putting water in the outdoor pools starting next week. and they'll get those all tested and ready to go.
Are we doing cold plunges there this winter?
Maybe.
Might be a good funding mechanism.
Maybe. But they'll be putting water in that. That water will stay there. We won't take that out. But they have to put it in to make sure all their seams and everything in the pools everything's ready to go, and they'll test the systems. So we also have had a little bit of a delay with the wood basketball floors. We have to be able to get the moisture out of those floors. They can't nail them down, or else they crack and do all kinds of weird things once they expand and contract due to the humidity and the dryness that happens in our state. So we're meeting with them again tomorrow morning to hopefully start nailing those down. They've got humidifier, they got moisture readers that they've got all kinds of technology that tracks this stuff so that they make sure that the moisture's out of the wood. So we hope to start nailing those down tomorrow morning, and then that'll be like a 3-week process. Time they nail them down, sand them, paint them, seal them. There's about a 3-week process on those floors. And that part of the project is basically bringing up the rear end. So we should be getting close. I'm going to do something a little out of the ordinary here for just a second, because I know we've had Councilman Cardin and Councilman Marshall just went on a tour a little, and they've been down there probably more regular than most. But we would like to hear what your observation is of what's going down there. And if you're not down there every day, you're missing something, because it's moving pretty fast right now. Just give us quickly your thoughts on what you've observed through the process.
I don't know where to even start. When I think of a rec center, I think of this four walls and a roof, and it's very material. Say the word for me.
I don't know what you're looking for.
Institutional. Someone say that over there.
Industrial.
Industrial. It's been a long day. I've been in a long day. So sorry, but it's not that. It is inviting. It's somewhere you want to be. You walk through the senior center, and it's just like, this is a place that's going to attract people. You can see people in the center talking to each other. You know, instead of gossiping at home, maybe they're gossiping down there on the treadmill. You walk by the daycare, and you think of those parents that just can't get away during the day, being able to drop their children off there for a minute and socializing and exercising. It is well put together. I think that, we were standing up there looking at the basketball court that's not quite finished yet, but it's getting there. And I asked Seth and Dell, are these the first basketball hoops that the city owns? The first basketball hoops the city's ever owned are now in our rec center, which is just fascinating. I mean, we've had ballparks for my entire life, and I could go hit in a cage anytime I want to, but I couldn't shoot a hoop unless I had a key to a church or a high school. Which is probably why I really am not good at it. Play pickleball down there. It is impressive, Dale. I think that it's done right. It's going to be a place that people are going to want to be, which I think is amazing. So it's coming along. I wish it was quicker, but I think that it's good to hear that just the floor is 3 weeks out. It feels like that if it's just working on the floor, we can do all the other stuff, right? We can get it all prepped and be really ready to launch into it pretty soon. So right. It's an impressive facility. I'm excited to see it full of screaming and exercising folks.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot to turn on this video. So here, you can just watch this. It's a silent one, so you can just, this is a drone video, just so that the public can see this.
Maybe why the video's going, Del.
Yeah, let's have you.
One of the things that I was impressed with, maybe taking a different approach than what Councilman Marshall said, is I was there about 2.5, 3 weeks ago, and then it's been a couple weeks now again, and then it was there 2 weeks later, and just the amount of work that is happening on a daily basis and the sheer volume of people that are there working right now. You can tell that there has they are towards the end. Finish work is the hard part of any project, but that they are excited. I was able to walk through with two very different groups: the Rotary Club first, and then the Youth City Council. So different spectrums of what they were liking about the building, but each had their own way that they were going to use it, but also their excitement was different. But both were equally as excited about what the opportunities that were there for them. And I think that's what's exciting about something like this is just as you look at the opportunities for yourself or for your family, and whether or not you support it, like it, wherever you're at with this is going to be an awesome asset for our community, and has the opportunity to be something that makes an impact on people's lives. And it's really cool to see it coming together. So thanks, Del.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. We're down there every day, so it helps us to get outside points of view and have other eyes. And it has been fun. We become almost full-time tour guides, which we love to do. This is a beautiful facility, and I know I've thanked you guys 100 times, and I'll continue to. This thing doesn't happen without you guys and your vision in what this can do to become a real community gathering place for our citizens, and we're just totally excited about it. And thank you for your willingness to do what you did to make this happen, because it doesn't happen without you guys. Okay, I went over the 2 minutes that Nick gave me, so I better...
Real quick, Dale, before you turn it over to Nick and start talking about memberships and numbers and other things. So I've had multiple people tell me that the one thing they're most excited about with the FitCity Center is the fact that it's located right next to the river trail, and that they'll be able to get there on a bike. They're not going to have to drive. You can get to it from anywhere, just about anywhere in the city from your bike. That being said, knowing that a lot of people plan on biking there, I don't know that I've asked or we've heard or discussed bike spaces for people to be able to park their bikes if they choose to ride their bike there. Is that in the plans?
We definitely need to make sure that's in the plans. If it's not in the actual plans, we've created space where we can do those kinds of things. Okay. This center wasn't put there by accident. We had to do a lot of convincing of some people to put it here, and it's because of a lot of things, right, that the council has seen, had a vision of, and that's a trail system that will allow us to bring kids to this point without having to cross streets. Yep. They can use that trail system from all over the city, and obviously it's not all connected. It happens as development goes, but yeah, that's a good observation. But we certainly want that accessible to all of the kids in the city, and to be able to access it without having to have mom and dad drive them down there.
Yeah.
I have a comment or question. Kevin and I were able to take some people down a couple weeks ago, and I think just since we've been in the process, we know where the main doors are. We know where the main entrance is. We know where the senior entrance is, but a couple people parked in the senior side and walked around. Have we already thought through signage?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Great.
It's still on its way.
I figured it was, but I thought, I hadn't ever thought of that until they parked over there and said, "I'm here," and I'm like, "You're not. We're at the front door." Yeah, I'm at the front door.
I'm at the front door. The other front door.
The other front door. So there might be a lot of
yep. We've got signage coming that will help with that.
I'm glad you guys are so detail oriented.
Just real quick, Dale, because we're talking about how great it is, and I could speak all night about this. I know our time is short, but I've been down many times as it's progressed, and my most recent visit. A couple of my favorite takeaways, the views out the windows and how thoughtful they were, it was all laid out, and just the strategy behind that. So I hope people appreciate that. Of course, we talked about how the river's right there, but then the mountains, and I mean, really take it in. Once you guys get in there and start using it, the woodwork in that building, that kind of blew me away. I love that touch, uniqueness, feels South Valley. Feels Spanish Fork, and then I love in the child care area how you can see your kids playing no matter where they're at. You pointed that out actually on the tour. I mean, how brilliant, right? The safety of our kids in the community. I love that. So anyway, I can't wait for the outside portion really next spring when things warm up. The senior center portion I love, and I could go on and on, but
Thank you.
Well done.
We appreciate your insights. Those are helpful. Did he leave? I'll just finish up here for you, Nick. Don't worry about it.
Like Dale said, we're going to be here the next couple of meetings, so we'll go over some aquatics and fitness next time. We'll talk about seniors and programs just to keep everybody up to date with kind of what our plans are and where we're at. But tonight, I just wanted to share, we have kind of a 7-week plan that gets us to opening day. We're going to start executing this plan in the next couple of weeks, either next week or the week after, unless something crazy happens. So it kind of gives you an idea of where we're at. We're, just about 7 weeks away. So I've kind of drilled down on maybe the main portion of each of those weeks. I could go into so much detail here that we'd miss the entire Dancing with the Stars episode tonight, but I don't want to do that because I've got a watch party. So we're going to start our first week is our staff trainings. Then we're going to move offices. We're going to start getting all of our deliveries. We still have a lot to do once we get in the building to get things ready to roll. So we'll start that. Once we're in the building, we want to be accessible to the public and start selling memberships and offering tours. So we'll have public tours. There are a lot of people that want to see the facility firsthand before they invest in a membership, and we totally get that. So we're going to welcome the public for certain times of the day to come and have a tour before they purchase their membership with us in the building. Then we'll start with some employee events as we ramp up our testing and training and give our staff a chance to go through all the systems, work on all the rotations in the aquatics area. So we'll test that on our employees first, where we can really control numbers and things like that. Then we'll get into some of the other soft openings with those that have memberships, that have been with us along the way as part of our insiders group, and then some other specific groups, business partners or community committee members, Parks and Rec committee, things like that. We'll get them in the building and test those systems. And then that week 7 is when we'll be open 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday. We'll have a public soft opening. We'll be free to the public to come in anytime during that week, and then have our kind of 3-day grand opening that we talked about in our work session a few weeks ago. So that's kind of the 7-week plan. Again, we're 1 to 2 weeks away from week 1, so we're very close to getting in there. And then I just wanted to highlight what those soft openings.
Why can't week 1 be this week, next week?
What?
Why can't week 1 be now?
Because I don't have all of our employees starting now.
We also don't have all the spaces that we can be in. We need to train them in the spaces. Week 1 and 2 are starting. Like, you started deliveries today. Not deliveries, but setting up. Like, you're doing some of that today. And when we can move into the office spaces.
Correct.
We can't move into the office spaces until we have those checked off by the construction crew, and we punch list it and accept it. So as they move through it with their inspections, they'll do that. I think you've got your staff training already scheduled for a week from tonight.
Correct. Yeah.
So you're, whether you're training down there or you're training in here, you're starting that training, whether that building's ready or not. You're going to have the initial trainings, and then you'll move into your water trainings and your cleaning trainings. Do you need somebody to come in and make a mess on the floor so that, like, the janitorial staff?
I think we'll be okay.
You can do that yourself.
I'll let you know.
It sounds like if training can be outside of the basketball court, we have access in the next couple of days.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite accurate in terms of, like, all of the spaces. Like, we can't train. I don't know if we have any space that we can train in yet, Dale. Do you?
Well, we've got our final punch list scheduled to take place on Monday, and once the county health releases passes off their portion of it, then we get that punch list done next week. And some of these things, like has already been mentioned, are happening currently. So they're not all that systematic, but this is an outline that kind of gives you an idea. But some of these trainings are already going on. We've already been training lifeguards over in Payson's pool, during the last several months. So some of this is already taking place.
Yeah, we're not waiting for that. We're moving very quickly with all the things that we have to do. but we need occupancy in the building before we move in. We want to have a front desk before we let and sell memberships from that space. So, but we're doing everything we can now.
Yeah, sorry. If we occupy too soon, then we'll start to have kind of a battle with the builder on, did we ding this wall? Was it dinged that way? So we do want to get through that punch list process before we take it over, or at least before we begin to really move in. And that's the big issue in terms of a lot of those spaces. But yeah, I think one thing that the staff is working through is how do we stagger this? I don't think you have a definite one. This is the day where it starts. I think you're going to have kind of a slow weeks 1, 2 are starting a little bit here, a little bit there.
Yeah, that's
not to make you set a date today. That's not what I'm looking to do. But when can the public expect that date? Because if we're starting training, if you're planning on starting next week, someone's going to look at this and count 7 weeks out and say, okay, this is the date. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure that that's what you're looking to do.
Correct.
Because that's, I think, December 13th, if I counted right, something like that.
Yeah, if that math adds up.
But if that's the date, then great, when we've just set the date today. But if not, when can they know the date?
I hope that we can talk about that next council meeting that we're here.
Okay. So
that's my goal.
First Tuesday in November, we should have a date. Okay.
That's my goal. So if not, we'll have reasons why we're not setting a date. Fair? Okay. I did just want to go over what we plan for these soft openings. We plan these being kind of 2-hour blocks to let people look and feel and touch and explore. But we'll have some various things to not just, we want people to swim, absolutely, but we also want people to be in every other aspect and place in the facility. So we'll have various programs, activities, and contests on the gym floors, the multi-purpose gym. We'll do equipment demonstrations in the fitness areas with other formats and classes so that you can experience what 5 minutes of Zumba and yoga are before you commit to a 50-minute class. And we'll do various things in the competition pool and belly flop contests and float contests and things like that. There's a lot of things that we can do and make it fun and get people throughout all parts of the facility. So that's our plan, and like I said, those details will be coming as soon as we have them. We will get those shared. So I'm going to turn it over to our membership person. So this is Chillon White. She's our membership and operations supervisor, and she's got more good news.
Yeah. Super happy to be here. Thank you. Let me know if you have questions. Current membership sales since September 15th, we're at 1,931. Actually, by this evening, it was like 1,940, so this was this morning. So they're coming in literally every hour. We're getting memberships. Our total customers, meaning our total membership base, is about 7,000 people right now. You can see the breakdown of family memberships between resident and non-resident. That definitely our bread and butter right now is our family memberships, 945 resident, 189 non-resident. And then our next highest group is our adult 60 plus, so our senior group. And so we definitely want to make sure we're accommodating them. And so you'll see we'll have 227 resident, 78 non-resident. And then adult memberships, two-party memberships is another big one. And I would really like to see our adult memberships come up from there, obviously. And then that 1931 does include our employee memberships, which is at 191. So I want to make sure you are aware of that. Any questions about any of those?
If I remember right, Chillon, we had about 1,300 in October.
Yeah.
So just in the first couple of weeks of 1,300 in September. So the first
by the end of September.
Weeks. Yeah. So we've added another 600 or so memberships in the first half of October. You squeezed that 1,300 in the first 2 weeks of the month, and you'll hit about that same number, it feels like, probably in the month of October again, which is great.
Yeah, it's really exciting. And I think especially this week with monthly and 3-month memberships going on sale, we're seeing those come in as well. And so those totals are totals of everything, whether you're doing an annual or 3-month or monthly, they're all kind of grouped together right now. The current promotions that we're doing, I think you all know that we're doing 2 months free if you sign up before we open, so please spread the word about that because we want people to come in early. We want to avoid lines at the front desk. We really want people to come now and sign up. Then they'll come get their memberships cards during soft openings, and then they can just come in and scan their card without having to wait in long lines. So that's really kind of our plan with the 2 months free and why we're offering that still. Founders pricing, if you buy before we open, you also get a locked-in rate for 5 years as long as your membership stays current. So also another really super exciting thing. I'm excited about it, okay? So spread the word. Also, just kind of give you an idea how we are marketing and what our marketing ideas are, and any marketing ideas you have, happy to hear those. We are sending out a citywide and neighboring community mailer similar to what they sent out when the library was finished, if you remember that. I would like personally to do a corporate membership drive, which just is me visiting, and maybe some of my leads visiting local businesses and telling them what our corporate memberships are going to look like. And then we're talking about marketing ads on social media. We like to have gift cards available by next month. And then last week I got to go visit a first grade class, and one of the little kids, 6-year-olds, raised his hand and says, "Can you tell my mom about this?" And it was just like the cutest moment ever. Here we are, not the cutest picture of me, by the way. But so I said, yeah, we will tell your mom. So we're also going to do a school mail flyer to all the Nebo School District schools that are Spanish Fork and South and Mapleton. We're going to not infringe on Springville right now, but that's where we're at that. And then just so you can kind of see where our memberships are, this is our current map. So obviously Spanish Fork residents are killing it, and then Salem and Payson. There are some other out-of-county areas that aren't listed here that have like 1 or 2. So we have some people from Draper and some people from South Jordan and some people from Heber, but it's like 1 or 2 memberships. But that's where we're at. Any questions?
Questions for Shelley on memberships?
Okay.
Exciting.
Well, thanks for letting me come.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shan.
Nick? Nothing else?
We got nothing else.
You're not closing it up?
No, Shelley did great.
Questions
See
for
you in
Nick?
a couple weeks.
Awesome. Thanks for the information.
You're welcome.
I'll tell you, every day that I'm down there, Saturday I was in the way of a welder and equipment people.
You're slowing it down.
It's probably partly true, but I got out of the way. Today I was in the way of soap dispenser hanger people. So when I think, like, well, the bathrooms
Stay out
look
of his way, by the way.
Yeah. When I look at bathrooms, I'm like, well, they're done. Let's go. I guess you need soap. I guess you need to be sanitary. So appreciate all the details that to get this wrapped up, because if you're walking in it now, boy, it does look really, really close, and there are people going 10 different ways around every space in there. It looks like everybody working feverishly to get it done.
Yeah, perfect. I guess the last thing I'll say is if any of you on the council would like to come in and sit down with me and with Dale, we'll be happy to go through. Like I said, we could go for an hour on the 7-week plan. If you want to go an hour on that, be happy to sit down with you. So just shoot me a text or give me a call.
We update that beautiful drone footage that you showed and add that to the FitCity section of the website. That's pretty good.
Yeah, we'll have a construction update soon, and we get those. That's actually a Westland drone video, so hopefully have a new one for us, and we'll get one put up soon.
Well, and Shelley Ann asked, how do we get more people to see it and ask about it? We'll leave the lights on at night now because it looks like a glowing candle at night. People are wondering.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thanks,
Nick.
Dale. Thanks, Shelley Ann. Anything else from the council on that front? Pretty exciting stuff.
Cheer for Robert for me, Nick. He didn't even hear.
Cheer for who?
Robert Irwin.
Okay. FitCity Center from Spanish Fork 101 is complete. Takes us to number 8, the consent items from the agenda tonight. Any questions about the 2 consent items? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent items.
I move to approve the consent items.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin.
Second.
Second by Councilman Took. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Consent items are approved. Takes us to the public hearing section of our agenda. There's A through G. Are these all still on there tonight? David, are we removing? Do we know any of those coming off?
The public hearings?
Yeah.
No, we're doing them all.
Okay.
We're locked and loaded.
You sure?
Ooh, kind of looking for
Anybody
maybe.
want to volunteer theirs to be axed from the list? Joseph, any?
We can't go that way. We can go the other way.
That is a
Go down. We can't go up.
is like an attorney.
First item on public hearing, ordinance to approve the 6th East Townhome zone change.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. 590 East Center. It's the southwest corner of the intersection there. The subject property is 0.3 of an acre. In 2021, the zoning was changed to R3 with the infill overlay to approve a development. I'm going to jump right to that, to approve a development that looked like this. It's plan view from above showing a 4-unit building that was oriented to the corner. There's another image of that building. And in short, the applicant is proposing now to have the infill overlay approval amended so as to build that. A building that would have that footprint. 3 of the units in the building would have their front doors facing 600 East. Unit number 1 would have its front door facing Center Street. You can see that from what was approved in 2021, this, to what was approved, or sorry, what's before you tonight, the entrance location that was approved previously was from 600 East. One of the other changes aside from the configuration of the building is access to the site that's been proposed to come from Center Street. So there's some of the fundamentals related to what's proposed tonight. The infill overlay approval is unique in that when a project gets approved with that particular overlay, it's the same with the development enhancement overlay and some other things. It's approved with a specific project down to the details of the building, design, access, layout, parking configurations, different things like that are inherent to that specific approval, hence the need for this to come before the council tonight with a public hearing to have that zoning approval, the infill overlay approval amended. And it's really that simple, going from, again, what was approved in 2021, this configuration to the applicant now requesting instead to have the configuration modified to that with the building design likewise changing to that. I'll point out in a little bit more detail here really quickly. What you see here is what would be visible from 600 East, that building elevation. This would be the Center Street facing building elevation here with the south and west facing elevations remaining that way there. The Development Review Committee and Planning Commission have both reviewed this proposal and have recommended that the proposed infill overlay amendment be approved based on the findings and subject to the conditions in the staff report. And I'll note as well that a proposed preliminary plat was approved by the Planning Commission, them being the land use authority for preliminary plats for this particular kind of project, and that approval is subject to the council approving the proposed amendment to the infill overlay, the item that's on your agenda tonight. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Dave before public hearing here? Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
The applicant here want to speak before going to public hearing? Good. Okay, maybe after public hearing? Yeah, all right.
I'll answer any questions you have.
I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing for item A.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck.
Second.
Second by Councilman Euler. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for item A. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to the 6th East Townhome change? Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon.
Second.
Second by Councilman Took. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Discussion back up here for item A.
I do have a couple questions, Dave. First, there was a comment made in Planning Commission about parking and the potential of a signal being put there and then it limiting parking. Can you talk through that a little bit?
Mr. Pierce, any help there?
The master plan does show a signal there. There would still be a shoulder on 6th East that could allow for some parking in that location on that side of the road, as well as I think there's some parking, on property.
Gotcha.
On that west side of the building.
Because the ordinance is still 2.5 parking spots per unit. And how many not garage parking spots does this have? Because I know Mr. Smiley talked about not finishing the basements to try to get people to park inside of the garages. But
Yeah, a total of 8 parking spaces. I'm sorry, total of 10 parking spaces, 8 in 4 different 2-car garages with 2.
So 2 visitor parking spots?
Yeah.
Okay.
That does not include on the street parking?
That's entirely just off-street.
Other question I had, Dave, is there was a gentleman that was here for the public hearing for the Planning Commission that didn't get to speak. Have you spoke with him, or I don't see him here tonight? Obviously, he didn't speak.
Yeah.
Have you guys had a chance to talk to him, or where's that at?
We haven't. Brandon Snyder from our office has called him twice, or his home twice, to try to reach him, and as of late this afternoon, still hadn't made contact with him.
Okay.
I think my question, and I guess this would go to John, it's the same look as your apartments on that. Is it the same street? No, it's
4th.
That's 4th. Okay. I really think that adds to the neighborhood. I'm for this. It looks good.
It does look good, yeah. I am somewhat disappointed it didn't turn into the mansion house with the balconies on the roof to be able to watch the parade on the 24th of July. I loved that idea. Thought that was great, but yeah, no, I understand you've been trying for a while to do something on this property. So,
Why the configuration change? Why the configuration change?
John, sorry.
You got to come up.
Can you
Sorry.
come? Yep.
We asked you one too many questions.
Yep. I was going to let it go 3 times, but the 4th time.
The other townhomes were significantly bigger. Back in 21, we had a really healthy economy, and things were and home sales were going well. We would have been, those townhomes would have been somewhere between 5 and 550 because they were 2,600 square feet.
Oh, wow.
So we moved away from that and went to affordable, to a more affordable plan, and that was, just the times, home sales.
What's the ballpark for home? What are these priced at?
Right around somewhere between 4 and 415.
15?
4 and 450. 400 and 415.
All right, thanks. Appreciate that. Okay, thank you. I do like the ones on 4th as well. I think every time I drive by, I'm like, I like those.
Well done.
Yeah.
I also like an unfinished basement. I see that a lot with people in townhomes. They don't have room, and hence the problem with the garages.
Right.
Hopefully that helps.
I'm hoping.
I would just echo what's been said up here. This location on Center Street, I've wondered for a long time what's going to go there and what can be put there that looks good. I like, the other townhomes that are being referenced, and I'm excited to see these come about. And
Thank you.
I'm glad something's happening there.
Thanks.
Good questions. Any other questions for the applicant while we have him up here?
No.
Thank you, John. There's no other questions for the applicant or staff. I'd entertain a motion on.
Second, Mayor.
You bet.
Just pre-motion, I won't make a motion due to the fact that the gentleman that was here at Planning Commission is an adjacent property, and I would like to hear what he had to say. And since we haven't talked to him, I would be a no vote tonight just because of that, because I think that he should be heard before we vote on it. And he tried to get up during that meeting. It was for the wrong public hearing. Walked out or thought that he wasn't supposed to speak. They couldn't get a hold of it. They tried to chase him down, but I just think that I would like to hear what he had to say.
Have you tried to reach out to him?
I watched the meeting today, so I wasn't able to.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments about?
But I guess in
item
that same vein, I do like this product, and so I voted for it last time. So just for that record,
just to see what he has to say.
Same density, same parking, different configuration, same number of units, right? Just a little bit different.
Yep. Little
So
tweak on that.
technically, right now, you're approved to build 4 units with 10 parking spaces in that other configuration. You're just, yeah, okay. All right,
Anybody ready to make a motion?
I'll do it.
Thank you.
But I'm not reading all those findings. I make a motion that I move to approve the proposed 6 East Townhomes zone change based on the findings that are in the staff report, 2 findings and 5 conditions.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, second by Councilwoman Beck. It's a roll call vote here. Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
And Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
No.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Item A is approved. Thank you. Thank you, applicant. Thank you for the staff and the questions. Let's go to item B of the public hearing, ordinance to amend the zoning map for the Chillon Reception Center.
Since I was married there, do I need to recuse myself from this vote?
Hey, I had my reception there.
Yep.
Sorry, there goes 2 votes, Cameron.
He only needs 3.
Isn't there a statute of limitations? It's been a minute since she was. I mean, just a minute.
Ow.
Said just a minute.
The shoe's on the other foot.
Yes, it is.
Oh man, that hurts.
Carry on.
So in case anyone wasn't familiar, this is the Chillon Reception Center.
For those of us that weren't married there.
For those that weren't married there, 700 East and Center Street. The property owner came in to the offices talking about some ideas that he had for different kinds of uses, wanted to make sure that they'd be allowed, and so it opened up a conversation about the existing uses, plans for future uses, and the fact that this is in a residential zone and a non-conforming, legal non-conforming use. He was directed to make an application for a zone change. This isn't a mixed-use land use designation. You can see the aerials there. I will mention that being new to Spanish Fork, coming here to work about a year ago, this was one of the buildings that I definitely recognized driving around town. So I think it's a great asset to the community. You can see the parking lot there on the east side. So with the proposed uses, he's applying for the commercial office zone. There's also a text amendment that's being proposed as well that's on the agenda tonight to add event centers to the commercial office zone. So that would be one of the conditions that's required. There is also a development enhancement overlay that's also being applied for. Due to the residences that are there, there isn't the required 10-foot landscape buffer that's under current code. And so because of that, we don't want to significantly impact the property when it's been operating for as long as it has and the residence is there. We haven't received any complaints that we know of about activities that have gone there. So we feel that that's applicable to this situation to get the enhancement overlay. So it's went through DRC and Planning Commission and received positive recommendations.
So with these changes, he would no longer be non-conforming?
Correct.
Okay. And it expands the opportunities to utilize the building beyond just an event center?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions before public hearing here?
No. Cameron. No.
The applicant want to speak to it or wait till questions and answer those? Okay, perfect. Okay. Thank you, David. Appreciate that. I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing for item B.
So we go on to public hearing for item B.
Motion made by Councilman Euler.
Second.
Second by Councilman Took. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for item B. Anybody from the public that would like to speak? to this ordinance.
Anybody else get married there?
You bet. Can you state your name so Tara gets it in the minutes?
David Robinson.
Thank you, David.
I'm just curious of, has there been any somewhat of a study on what kind of an extra impact that would create? Because I live right across the street, so I want to know exactly, if there's going to be more people coming during the day and that kind of stuff that might propose some kind of an issue to our neighborhood. Because I kind of like my neighborhood. It's kind of it's my piece of nostalgia. If you was to park 50s cars out in front, it would look just like it did in the 50s. And I just love that. And that's what attracted me to that place. So I don't want, if you don't mind, don't change anything on the outside. And then I'm just wondering if that's going to cause any kind of a tax burden or something that may impact the properties around there. So that's what I've been wondering. So other than that, thank you very much. I was very impressed with your addressing that young woman, and I appreciate that. And I get an opportunity to look at you before I vote for one of you, or two of you, or three of you, and I get to look you in the eye and go, and make sure that my vote will go through to a person that I may know that'll do the job. And I appreciate you taking your time and supporting the community and doing what you do, because it's probably pretty taxing on your family life. But I do appreciate that, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. There's another candidate in the audience, too, if you get a chance to meet her as well.
Dale Robinson. I just wanted to.
Maybe 1 minute.
Reduce his time. Reduce. That's true. I use my time.
Put it back up.
That's fair. All right. So I moved into this neighborhood in January of 1973. Most of you weren't here then on the earth.
Some of us may have been.
Some of you may have been.
Some of us not.
Anyway, I used to walk through the orchard and go to church in this building. Has nothing to do with this. But Spottons have been great neighbors ever since then. I don't have any concerns as a neighbor. Our backyards touch each other. I talked to Cameron about this the other day in passing and got a feel for what he wanted to do in there. The Utah Valley Children's Choir has been there for a long time. And so they've expanded that parking lot, so they had plenty of parking for the Utah Valley Children's Choir. And I don't see with what Cameron's proposing to do is going to affect anything. They're not here during the day. He's still planning to run his business out of there, which has not been a problem. So there's your 2 cents from a neighbor.
Thanks, Dale.
Thank you, Dale.
Dale Robinson, the resident. Anybody else for public hearing? I'll entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, second by Councilwoman Beck. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Out of public hearing for item B, discussion back up here. A couple questions from Mr. Robbins there. I'm not sure if staff wants to take a crack at it or the applicant. You're more than welcome, Mr.
Mann, do you
Yes.
mind if I, and Mr. Spotton, I'll let you add to it. I really appreciate the question. One of the things that we spent some time certainly deliberating on since Mr. Spotton met with us several months ago now to talk about how to create just a zoning framework in a situation where he could pursue some different opportunities in terms of having different tenants in the building without necessarily knowing exactly who they would be and assuming that they will change over time. In fact, in multiple development review committee meetings, we talked about different zoning options that potentially could exist. The event center is a little bit of an anomaly in the city in terms of how conceivably that could fit into a zone. We don't allow event centers currently in most zoning districts that I think we as staff feel would be appropriate for a location that's surrounded by single-family homes like this one. So at the end of those deliberations, and definitely being very cognizant of the idea that, as we understand it, Mr. Spotton does not want to change really how the facility operates in terms of increasing traffic in some noticeable way, or otherwise. And I will ask you, Mr. Spotton, to correct me if I get any of this wrong, but these were kind of the things that we were operating, understanding that the idea is for the facility, the site, to continue to function the way that it has in terms, again, of traffic, parking needs, noise, and that sort of a thing, and yet understanding that they need to be able to operate in a contemporary business environment that's different than what existed, and something now, I guess, 30 or maybe more years ago when the use was originally converted over to a commercial use. So that's what led us to feeling like the commercial office zone would be the least impactful and would allow for some flexibility going forward with Mr. Spotton, like Councilmember Marshall pointed out, with a conforming use, provided that the text amendment gets approved, and that the development enhancement overlay likewise gets approved, and still having it work the way that it has historically, and so forth. So that's how we viewed the situation in terms of how it might impact the neighborhood, neighbors directly, and that kind of thing. Yeah, happy to. And I don't know if any of that doesn't sync up with what you had in mind, but.
My name is Cameron Spotton, and I'm one of the managing partners at the Chillon Reception Center. To address your question, we want to preserve this grand building into the future. This is a step we're trying to take to maybe let my children decide what happens next and how we go after it. Ideally, I'd like to find a tenant that comes in literally unnoticed. So we talked around items like maybe a chiropractor that's in there on Mondays and Wednesdays, or an accounting firm that just needs an office. My mom would love to put in a remake of the Curbs gym. She thinks it'd be great to have senior citizens in there quietly exercising. So I don't think we're going to go too outlandish in what we're looking to do. As a neighbor, you shouldn't really see, I don't see much potential change. I had somebody approach me about a sewing school. So I don't, that seems pretty low key is what we'd like to do. So we're just trying to figure out what the next evolution is to use this facility and move it into the future. I'm not the county tax adjuster, so I don't know what that would do to surrounding neighbors. However, with doing some research, we found out that with our variance from 1982, the county didn't know what to do with us either, so they've been taxing us as commercials since then. So I don't foresee anything changing that way. So if anyone has more questions, I'm willing to try to at least share what I know.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Spotton?
No questions. I just fully support this. I want to support small business and for you guys to be successful. I like how Dave worded it, that it's the day and age now to make some changes, or have your kids think of some creative uses in there. But I do agree with Mr. Robbins. Was that your name? Robinson. To never change the outside, because now you're on the Spanish Fork Dowdle puzzle, and it would be illegal to change the outside of the building. Okay.
Yeah, it's a beautiful building.
Thanks, Cameron.
Is that a motion to make it illegal?
Before we have a motion, I think it's important to follow up to something you said, Councilman Marshall, about the historical non-conforming use becoming conforming, and something that we considered heavily as a Development Review Committee and a staff as we work through this is some historical actions that were taken probably in the 80s.
1982.
Yeah, in the 80s, in terms of giving the Chillon the ability to do some things that in the 80s we could do with things such as variances. And the land use laws have changed a lot since the 80s, and the term variance is very difficult to employ these days. And so what we wanted to do, what we hope to achieve, and I think we've done that, Vaughn, please correct me if I'm wrong here, but what we hope to achieve is to bring the structure, bring the property into conformance with current laws, so any historical need for a variance is fulfilled, right? It's no longer necessary. And I think that's an important fact for you as a landowner and as the managing partner of the property, that now you don't have any historical, what can I do? There's no question about it. The law gives you very clear direction on what can be done, and as long as you're following what's in that law, you've got a lot of flexibility because it's protected by the law itself. How did I do, Vaughn, with that? Yeah. So that's, from staff's perspective, we think that's a really good thing. It brings it into although the building is historic, it brings, land use wise, it brings it into 2025, which is a really good thing. And as one that drives past it and has cooked pizzas in the kitchen, I love it too. Haven't had a wedding there, but I've cooked pizzas in the kitchen, so that was a lot of fun.
There's a ton of history in that building, and I think this is a good way to preserve that history. There's only a few of these buildings left in our community, and so I agree with you, Mr. Robinson. To me, this is what makes that section of town so iconic, is to keep this and let Cameron, I have a hard time calling you Mr. Spotton. Sorry. But you wouldn't call me Mr. Marshall either, so. I think that it gives you some flexibility, and I love the idea that it's conforming. I think that is a really good thing for this building, for you to be able to say, I can do this, I know I can do this, and there's no reason for you to shy away from it. So I'm very supportive of it. I thank you for bringing it to us, Cameron, and looking forward for that building to be there forever.
Cameron, I'm just curious, do you know when that building was built? Do you know how old the Chillon, it was a church initially? I'm just curious, when was it built?
So, yes, groundbreaking was in 1929.
Wow.
And it was Spanish Fork's second ward house, LDS church building. It was dedicated about 10 years later. So I found out just recently that somebody tried to tell me a story and it didn't make sense, but when they explained it to me, it did. But they said they were able to meet in the building for a few years, but couldn't use the chapel portion until the budget had been met. So they had talked about having their sacrament meetings in the cultural hall, which I said, no, that's this room. And they said, no, you don't understand. We couldn't dedicate it until it was paid for. So we're coming up on about 100 years.
Wow, that's awesome.
So, really cool. 1929, 1939-ish.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that.
Well, I echo kind of what's been said here. If you're following along at home, we had a public hearing for a house just a block away on Center Street, East Center, and now we're talking about you preserving a cool, iconic building that's on our Dowdle puzzle. So balancing the property rights of owners and what they want to do, and one single family home ending its economic life and creating 4 homes for residences that are going to try to have the same feel as that community and not detract from that community. And now you repurposing your building in a way that continues that heritage is pretty cool stuff.
Thank you.
So I think it's cool.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I failed to address, and Mr. Spotton kind of did, Mr. David Robinson's other question about taxes.
Yeah.
There would be no reason for any neighboring properties' taxes to change if the council were to approve what's on the agenda tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson echoes many sentiments. Let's pay less taxes. Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Spotton? Any other questions for the staff? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve the Chillon Reception Center zoning map, a map amendment based on the following findings and subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. Wow, that was hard.
You got it. Motion made by Councilman Cardon.
Second.
Second by Councilman Euler. A roll call vote here. Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Item B is approved. It looks like item C is a little bit hand in glove here. Dave, any more?
I'd say
One of the
pretty much
Daves?
so.
Okay.
I don't think we have much to add. Maybe largely to try to avoid impacting the site, and frankly to not put a burden, I think, on the property owner here. You can see that there is, as part of a proposed text amendment that goes along with adding event centers to the commercial office zone, some provisions that in a very unique kind of circumstance which this site fits into, one of the particular development standards could be waived. And that is the gist of the proposed text amendment for the, we'll call it the Chillon Reception Center text amendment.
I did have a question about parking standards for CO, or I guess for reception centers. Does it follow the reception center usage, or does it follow the zoning district that would be in?
Yeah, so our parking requirements are tied to use,
Okay,
not
so
zoning circumstance.
perfect. That was my question.
Other questions for Dave on item C before we go into public hearing for this one? I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing for item C.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, second by Councilwoman Beck. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for item C. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to regulations for event centers and walls? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon.
Second.
Second by Councilman Marshall. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Discussion back up here. Any other questions about item C?
Just the wording is a bit, I mean, you could have just said Cameron's text, but it's in situations where a non-conforming site is occupied, it's no longer non-conforming.
It is non-conforming in terms of not meeting our site improvement requirements. Hence, this provision and the approval of the development enhancement overlay, which the council just approved. So, different use of the word or phrase non-conforming in a different
Not a
context.
zone non-conformance.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Not in that section. Okay.
We got it?
That was it. Yep.
Okay. I'd entertain a motion on item C.
I move to approve the proposed ordinance involving event centers and walls.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck, second by Councilman Euler. Roll call vote here. Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
And Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Item C is approved. Takes us to item D, ordinance approving impact fee analysis, impact fee facilities plan, and impact fee enactment. Mr. Corey Pierce.
That's a mouthful there.
Mm-hmm.
Give Jack a minute to pull this up. Spanish Fork City is unique in impact fees a little bit in that we look at them and update yearly to make an effort to keep them current and correct. And so this year's, we're a little later than we typically are. We spent some time revamping our study and working through a few things. Just a little background, impact fees are developed according to the Impact Fee Act and state code there that regulates how that happens. Two documents you'll see in there is an Impact Fee Facilities Plan, IFFP, and an Impact Fee Analysis. They feel a little redundant as you read them, but the facilities plan is the planning level looking at growth, looking at projects and costs to facilitate that growth. It also sets a level of service that we're trying to keep, such as a pressure in our water system or volumes of water for fire flow, things like that. And then it breaks that down into a cost to an equivalent residential connection. And then the impact fee analysis uses that data to look at what's attributed to new growth and sets a maximum allowable impact fee. So as we've went through that this year, overall the impact fee for an average single-family home is proposed to go up $1,858.50. The bulk of that is for the wastewater impact fee and the impacts of building a new water reclamation facility. The other utilities or impact fees we're looking at increased a combined $310. One thing to note, we did not update the transportation impact fee. There's some studies that we feel need to happen to really pin that down well to look at that. So we'll pick that one up next year and do some studies over the next several months to make sure we get that one right. So we're not proposing any changes to that one. And really what we're trying to do as we look at these year to year is just ensure that growth and new projects pay for the growth needed to service them, and that's not a burden put on existing residents. So this table shows each type of impact fee here, the current one in the column labeled FY 2025, the max allowable impact fee that was calculated as part of the study, and then the proposed FY 26, as well as the change. I'll let you scan that. Any questions on any of these while this slides up?
Just PI, did that come down, or did the max allowable change and that's why it dropped?
Yes, it did drop down. You can see that the max allowable is lower than last year's, and we're matching that. Part of that is as projects are paid off. As we build projects and add growth into that, we look at what's the future capacity to service new developments. As those get paid off, they're pulled out of the study.
Remind me who sets the max allowable.
It's the process. It's in the IFFP. It's part of the
not
analysis.
State. It's what the city determines.
The study will look at that and dictate that, and then you can see for the most part we are charging max allowable. That's important for developers and others who invest a lot of money in this infrastructure, as well as the city, to be reimbursed. It does put the reimbursement out a little way, so we try to charge the max allowable. In some cases, that doesn't seem reasonable or necessary, and so you can see Parks and Rec, the calculation's quite higher, but we are electing not to charge that max allowable, or we're recommending not.
But this analysis is done in conjunction with like the Home Builders Association.
We did. We had staff review, and then once we felt it was in a good place, we sent it to the Home Builders Association. We didn't receive any comments back.
Didn't they used to come to these meetings?
Yeah,
was it this one?
I don't know if it was this one, but
Kind of check in annually with us and let us know where we are.
Yeah.
We've had great relationships with them in terms of our process. It's probably been 7 or 8 years since they've actually come to a public hearing. Yeah,
seems like yesterday, doesn't it?
And as our consultants went through the study, they were actually conferring with representatives there and checking in and kind of bringing them along with the study as well.
Some years we'll get a comment back, some years we won't. But as long as we're following the same process, we typically get a thanks for following your process. And sometimes they'll say in other places, Spanish Fork has a process you guys should model or something like that, which we would expect to hear that maybe like in cities to the east of us and things like that.
Well, and I guess I want to clarify, it's not that we ask them, hey, are you okay if we're charging this? It is in conjunction with, why we're charging this, and it's the transparent process of being able to back up why you're charging what you're charging, right?
Correct.
More than anything.
Yeah, and following those state guidelines.
Right. Are you following the guidelines? Right.
Yeah. So as we look at, we kind of like to watch this compared to neighbors. This, to me, is a little misleading. We are on the higher end as we compare to neighbors. You can see those cities that are higher, the growth-related cities that are growing faster and therefore needing more infrastructure. The numbers here, the chart includes city fees, connection fees, and other things as well to try to indicate what an average home building permit may cost. Some of the cities on here don't have a pressurized irrigation system, so they're only maintaining and building one water system. While it might be more upfront cost to build two, I think our rates and long-term cost to a resident or that new homeowner is less. So that's reflected, I think, somewhat in some of these cities that are lower. They're not building a pressurized irrigation system. I think the other big impact here is many of these cities receive power service from Rocky Mountain Power. Those fees aren't reflected in here either. So our impact fees help build the power system. Rocky Mountain Power charges in a different way for those. And I think if you compare rates to users, ours are traditionally significantly less because of the way we're building projects. So that's kind of where we sit today. Maybe I'll go back here to the table with the dollar amounts, but can I answer any questions?
So Corey, our max allowable here is 24,000, just over 24. If you go back to the other one, then it's just under
about 27,000.
27.
So those
about
fees would
3,000
be
in fees.
Building plan review, inspection fees.
Yeah, I was just trying to
and the
guess or
rest of the
figure out
fees.
about what those fee totals were.
Does that
so.
feel about right, Dave? Okay.
Any other questions for Corey before going into public hearing? Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
I'd entertain a motion to go to public hearing for item D.
Moved.
Motion made by Councilman Cardon.
Second.
Second by Councilman Took. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for item D. Anybody from the public that would like to speak about impact fee analysis, impact fee facilities plan, and impact fee enactment? Seeing none. Oh, yes, please.
Why not, right?
Yeah.
Andrew Kelly is my name. I understand that, this wouldn't come before you if a lot of discussion hadn't already been made. I did note that Kevin seemed to ask the question that I was thinking of about 3 times, and I didn't hear the answer to your question of where those numbers were, like who comes up with them. But I realize this is minutes away from your signature, so I'm talking about the future. This, in conjunction with what happened, at the budget last meeting, I understand it's a small piece, but this is not making things more affordable here. It's certainly not doing that. The easy thing for us to say is that this is our future neighbors that are carrying this load. I get it. But it always has unintended consequences. I called a year or two ago to, I probably should have paid more attention, but I asked the builder that my house is having a 200 amp service. He said, yes, it is. A couple of years ago, I thought, well, maybe we'll put in some electric chargers in preparation for a new car or whatever. And I checked, and my service is 150. So I called the city, and I says, hey, I didn't realize this, but I'd like to change it to 200. And you know how the city staff here, they're super helpful, you can't shoot the messenger. But the lovely lady told me, yeah, that's going to be $3,500, whatever the impact fee is for a new 200 amp service. And I'm like, well, I'm just upgrading. She says, yeah, that's what it is. So the point is, this doesn't just affect our new neighbor, which is our kids, by the way, right? I know California gets a lot of flack, but that's the most of the growth here is local people, right? So we're helping ensure that our kids are going to live somewhere else. So just be aware of that. I mean, the city now has, which I'm not critical of, we've already paid our rec center fees, which I brought to your attention that the oversight, in my opinion, on that as well. But families coming to the city already have a $500 bill that they don't have in a lot of other cities. So just be cognizant of these things and take them, with the seriousness that they deserve. Thanks.
Thank you. Andrew, I guess before you sit down, just a question while we've got you up here. So So help me understand, your concern is that the impact fees make obviously housing less affordable because now there's an impact fee on top of it.
Yeah, and it's probably, I've been here 7 years, and it's probably, you could probably tell me, I bet it's gone up $2 or $3 grand just in that time.
So I
for
guess
sure.
my question is this: if you make a community a place that people want to move to, where it's a great place, which I feel like Spanish Fork is, and so that's why we've got growth coming here. With that growth comes infrastructure needs. How would you suggest, without impact fees covering the costs of that infrastructure, should just the community as a whole cover that cost?
Well, one of my suggestions is not going to be very popular. I alluded to it in my previous comment, and it affects everybody in this room. So, and it's what you did in the last budget, and happens like clockwork every year. I understand that evil inflation is the cause of that, but there was no inflation a few years ago, and we're still giving handy raises out, regularly. I've thought to myself, is there some way I could volunteer or get paid $1 a year to work at SFCN just so that I can have access to the deluxe benefits that the city offers? I mean, they're pretty sweet from what I've read. So, yes, you're right. We have excellent infrastructure here, and I'm on record of talking about how well it's delivered, how my water, my SFCN, I love and yes, that costs money. And we don't have control over how much a new transformer costs, and so I get that. But I didn't really hear a reason for these changes other than we can. That's all I heard. Now, my belief is the fact that everyone got raises last meeting, that factors into it, and more power to them. I'm not saying they don't deserve it. Every interaction I've had with people here has been excellent, so I get that. But that raises the cost of everything, right? That's the largest lump the city has, is wages, by far, right? So, yeah, I don't have a magic wand. I'm just saying to take it seriously. And are we raising it just because we can, or that? And again, the easy thing, the selfish thing for me to say is, why do I care? I'm not paying this. The next person is. But yeah, it's never going down. That's my point, right? And we talked about in 30 years when the sewage treatment plant's paid for, is my sewer rate going to go down? I doubt it. That's not going to happen, right?
Well, before you leave, can you turn the clicker off real quick? I just want to dispute a little bit. There are 2 rates that have gone down.
Yeah, I know, but you can shuffle it around.
No,
people don't pay the individual rates. They pay the total, which is going to be $21,000.
But it's generated by the individual rates, and each individual rate is generated by a process where we predict the number of pipes that we'll need to support the future growth, right? And how much that might cost to install, and divide that by a resident cost. And so every one of these is calculated individually and then summed up. So yes, overall, maybe the total has gone up, and I think it was $1,500 this year, and or $1,800 this year. The biggest chunk of that is the sewer treatment plant. Thank you, the wastewater treatment plant. For a very specific reason, right? We invested $150 million into that. I don't know. I don't necessarily want to supplement future residents with my cost or your cost for when they come in, because they do impact that. So I think it's what's misleading about this chart is the 60 pages that go with it that show how it's calculated. So the question you asked was, who comes up with these numbers? It's not a person that comes up with them. It's a system that we go through to say, this is how much things cost. This is how many people we expect. That's the number per line item that we generate here. So I get your point, Andrew. I in the spirit of keeping our new residents, keeping our housing low cost or affordable.
That's what I'm driving.
Totally understand that. I'm going to pass this burden on to my children.
I don't want to have failing power.
Absolutely.
Okay. And if you come to me and says I'm raising your power rates because we need new power lines, I'm going to say the power here is excellent. Happy to pay it. My point is just it's not treat this casually, because our kids are not living here. Let's face it. They're not going to be able to afford to live here. If all of us come here today, how many of us could afford to live here? So, and I know most of it is out of your control, but this isn't. And it's, if there's, and again, all my interactions with the city, I know things are thought through. There's well-intentioned people here that are not, trying to take advantage. So, and we don't have excellent water service, excellent power, excellent sewer by accident. I get it. But I'm just saying, we have every year these talks about affordable housing, right? And there's nothing we can do.
Sure.
This is something.
Yeah.
I know it's not easy. You guys put your hands up to do difficult things. It's not easy to solve this problem. As a nation, we can't figure it out, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. So
Thanks, Andrew.
Be cognizant, be aware as a council on rates and on fees and whatever.
Because there's already other things that, the rec center's another fee. These are all extra. They don't come out of separate pots of money. It's the same pot.
Yep. I think you got that good a point across. Let's see if there's any other public that would like to be part of the public hearing. Anybody else from the public on item D? Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, second by Councilwoman Beck. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Out of public hearing, discussion back up here. Manager Perrins, you've been through a few, there's some questions there and some comments. You've been through a few of these in 25 years as city manager.
10 as city
You've been that
manager.
long?
No, just 10.
And a few.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think it's helpful to keep in mind always that impact fees are for facilities only, that these are not used for any operational costs. They're only for capital projects. And so as our Public Works Director mentioned, as a project is paid for, then it falls off, and that's why we see the PI rate going down and the stormwater rate going down. As we add the idea of a new project or the completion of a project, such as the water reclamation facility, you see these rates go up. These do not pay for salaries. They don't pay for daily operational costs. They only pay for capital facility projects. And so these are things that you and I, as system owners today, we're paying for with our rate, and that as a new home is built, that homeowner rather, is buying into the system that you and I already own, right? It's their kind of upfront investment to become part owners of whatever the system has been. And so it's not something that's paying for anybody's salaries or the daily costs. These are for facility projects. I don't mean to be glib, but double the number of pages. It's about 160 pages that the report is, that has the impact fee facilities plan and the other required studies that go along with this that identify all the specific projects and how the system creates them. And then, yeah, it does the calculations spit out the number, and then you as a council, you have the ability to say, I guess looking at this chart, that kind of thicker column, maximum allowable FY26 rate, that's the study says you can charge that. If you go beyond that, then you're going to be outside of probably what the law would allow. So I would not recommend that you do that. You can do that, and somebody may challenge you, and you would probably lose. The next column over, that proposed, is what staff has suggested and our reviews have suggested, which is generally a number lower than what the maximum allowable has been, which has been historically the council's practice. And then, of course, the change is shown in those other two columns. And I do want to reiterate, these go up and down every year that we study them. Some rate always goes down, and some rate always goes up. And I think it's fair to say that there is nothing that we are building today that is cheaper than it was yesterday. And so that's not an unbelievable experience.
You mentioned earlier that impact fees go towards one-time capital projects, right? Impact fees are not used to pay salaries. They're not used in that manner. Am I correct in that impact fees are only used for capital projects?
100%. Yeah, state law requires that they be spent only on those capital projects, and state law requires that we spend the dollar that we collect today within 6 years. And so if we don't, then we have to actually give that money back. Spanish Fork City is pretty unique in the way that we do it. We typically pre-spend the money, so we front the costs on a lot of these projects, or a developer does, and then we pay them back over time, rather than holding on to the money. We're looking at these projects a little bit more. We look at them down the road, but we're collecting the money and spending it yesterday. And so we're paying for it as we go, which usually means it gets built a little bit faster and hopefully a little bit cheaper.
Maybe a comment to add on that. One of the things that I appreciate that we do as a city is that we do this every year, because then there's not this big correction that happens when we do it once every 5 or 10 years. Because I think Corey may have mentioned this, but I know Chris in the past has mentioned it, that there are cities that haven't done it, and then all of a sudden you'll see impact fees go to the max allowable because they haven't updated them in years. So I appreciate that we try to be as fiscally conservative as possible and try to say, hey, let's make those 1s and 2s changes as they come up.
Mayor, can I take a stab real quick, maybe at explaining the math behind it in a simple example? Because like Seth mentioned, it's 160 pages of calculations. But we've talked about the wastewater treatment plant. You know, it became known to us we need a new treatment plant because the old one's failing. We have new regulation. And so we looked at that project and said, well, if we're going to spend $100 million, we need it to be enough to cover future growth as well, so we're not doing this next year as well. So we looked out 20 years, and we planned a treatment plant to handle out to about 2040. So when we built that, this study would take a look at how many existing users are on that treatment plant. That would be what is paying for the treatment plant out of user rates. And then it said how much excess capacity is there in this treatment plant. And that was calculated to be about 38% of what we build is for future growth. Well, we can take that 38%, divide it into the overall cost of the treatment plant, and then divide that portion of the money against those future users to know how much each user should pay to buy into that facility. And then we add collections lines and everything else that goes into running a sewer utility, and that's what comes up with this dollar amount per user. And so every project that's built by a developer that gets oversized to accommodate future development, that portion that is above the minimum that they need for their development is added into the impact fees, and you add those all up in the end, and that's where these numbers come. But there's hundreds of projects and lines that we could talk about each one if someone wants to read the document and go through it. But that's really what's behind it, is excess capacity of projects, as well as what the master plan says will be needed in the next several years, and then attributing that cost through impact fees to help build that capital project. So,
thank you, Corey. Appreciate that. Appreciate that discussion, those details, and the questions too. And it's not lost, Mr. Kelly, either. Thank you for your question. A dollar's a dollar. We get that as well, and try to be cognizant of that as well in making these decisions. So we appreciate you bringing that up too. If there's no other questions on item D, I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve the ordinance approving the impact fee analysis, impact fee facilities plan, and impact fee enactment.
Motion made by Councilman Euler.
Second.
Second by Councilman Took. A roll call vote here. Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
And Councilman Euler.
There's a condition I forgot to include, so let me include the condition that
we're gonna move backwards.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yep. Strike that from the record,
that.
Vaughn. Thank you.
I missed the condition. Remotion. I move to approve the ordinance approving the impact fee analysis, impact fee facilities plan, and impact fee enactment. The condition, the ordinance shall be effective January 19th, 2026, 90 days after passage and publication.
New motion made by Councilman Euler.
Second.
Still seconded by Councilman Took. Now a roll call vote. Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
The new motion got approved. Thank you. Moves us to item E, addendum number 4 to the Master Development Agreement for Skye Meadows. Mr. Dave Anderson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm going to go through this kind of quick. Could take a lot of time with this, and I'm happy to maybe come back to any things that you want me to spend more detail on. Getting a presentation spooled up here right fast, but I think everybody's familiar with what was the FitCity building, just to the west of Main Street, down south, near the intersection of Main and Arrowhead. That's gone, obviously. The site around the FitCity building, which had been previously owned by the same property owner, has been under redevelopment for the past several years. As part of that development, there are some lots that were created for single-family homes. There are some buildings being constructed adjacent to Main Street that, that just happens to be a picture of some of them. Those will be apartments. You can see in this image what's behind the apartments looking southwest from right about, I guess there's maybe a little bit south of the Main Street and Arrowhead Trail intersection there at the property that we're talking about tonight. So what is now known as River Meadows, the agreement is still called Skye Meadows. I apologize that we're working with some different names over the few years and some different owners that have been involved.
River and Skye, same thing.
Yeah, we're, I think the actual addendum is to the Skye Meadows Development Agreement. I'm going to get sucked into referring to it consistently as River Meadows. I apologize for that. And what we're talking about tonight is this area right here. You can't see it very well in this image, but these almost brand new single family homes back here are part of the same development that encompasses these currently 2 different types of housing, a third that we'll discuss tonight, and commercial uses right at the intersection of Arrowhead and Main, again, where the Quick Quack car wash has been open now for several months. You guys are all with me, right?
Yep.
Where this is at. This is another image of the site that we're talking about. So here again, you can see the apartments, which just in terms of where they're at topographically, these are down lower near the elevation of Main Street. This is up above. The FitCity building, if I were to try to approximately guess where that's set, probably be right about here. So since that building was removed, site's been prepped for what we're talking about tonight. Streets have been constructed, utilities have been installed, and that type of a thing, all of which has happened after the initial phase of the project, the single-family homes, over here to the west between what, again, I would call the FitCity property and the Clyde property, southwest of this site, has been developed over the course of the past few years. I think I have one more, again, pretty much the same image as before. This is the original development plan, part of the Skye Meadows Development Agreement, like I've described a couple different times now. You can see from it, these apartment buildings down here, area set aside for commercial uses, the single-family lots. What we're talking about here is primarily this, it looks to me like it's green or gray, along with a little bit of this here. So it's that area there. And in short, the proposal is to amend what is currently memorialized in that development agreement for the townhome portion of the project. I'll let the applicant speak to the details, but it's been represented to staff that since this plan was prepared and approved by the City Council several years ago, with one particular type of townhome structure in mind, the current owners and developers of the project have entered into a contract with a home building company that has a different sized townhome that they would like to construct in the project. And in as much as that townhome structure, the different townhome structures that they'd like to build in the project require less space, they would like to increase the number of townhomes in the River Meadows project from 150 to 174. With the nature of how this project was approved, which is a very unique approval. It's the first project that in Spanish Fork was the first project in Spanish Fork that had been approved by development agreement. A unique way that projects can be approved. There's specific provisions provided in state law to allow for councils to approve projects in that fashion. And with that, the specific development plans, those become set in stone and can be modified only after going through a process that involves public hearings with the Planning Commission, City Council. Actually, Vaughn, I think I'm getting back into my old way of looking at it. The process involves the City Council approving a modification to the development agreement, which is the addendum that's before the council tonight, that addendum number 4 to the Skye Meadows development agreement. I'll let Vaughn provide any clarification that he wants to what I just said, but does that make sense that the council's approval is entirely necessary for the applicants to deviate from this plan at all? That's why we're here. And that being the case, the applicants have provided an accompanying preliminary plat that it also needs to be approved by the City Council. So we have 2 different items relative to this particular project that we're looking for the council to take action on tonight. The staff report for the preliminary plat notes the findings that have been provided by staff and the recommended conditions of approval that we'd suggest you consider if you're inclined to move tonight to approve the project. This project in the form that we're talking about here has been reviewed by both the Development Review Committee and the Planning Commission, and they've recommended that it be approved. That being said, a few more details. One of the things that the Planning Commission was interested in reviewing were the differences between the before, which is the currently approved, to what is before the council tonight for consideration. So I'm going to go through the building designs or elevations, different images that pertain to what's currently approved relative to the type of structures. In some cases, the number of units in buildings has changed from what was previously approved, but essentially we're talking about a side-by-side, call them townhomes, type of multifamily structure. So these are the currently approved structures. You guys have any questions about that?
Can you go to the back? I want to see the back again. That's the front.
That is the front of a unit. We call it a rear-loaded unit that has the garage on the backside.
It's a garage in the back. All right.
Yep. Same image, different perspective. Backside of that same.
Can someone please put some grass in these things? Please. Just so your dog can go outside just for a minute.
So just rock everywhere?
Oh,
is that
gosh.
So
it's not just you. I'm just complaining in general.
Again, similar perspective, but obviously.
These are what's being proposed now?
This is the current.
That's current, yeah.
So going forward then, from here on, this is the proposed addendum language. It's pretty straightforward, a couple of pages. And I'm going to move on. If you have any questions about this, we can come back to it. This is an updated version of the proposed plan for the project, the Plat. It would take something of a keen eye, or at least a little bit of time, to go through this plan compared with the existing to see where the changes are made. I would just describe it as the previous version has 24 fewer townhome units than this one does. But the staff report does have both versions, and we can pull those up tonight if that's helpful. As you look at things, the general configuration of the project is the same. At least in my opinion, it's the same. Both projects have kind of a central courtyard that's intended to house the amenities in the project: clubhouse, swimming pool, pickleball courts or some kind of sports courts, playground, area for pets and different things like that. In my opinion, the proposed amenities are very, very consistent with what is part of the currently approved plan. I'll come back to that if we need to. This is a proposed building elevation for the proposed clubhouse, or building elevations. Again, in my view, very, very similar to what, with the current approval, we would expect a developer to build. A little bit more detail on the proposed amenities in the project. And from my perspective, this is really kind of the most important part of the review. The applicants expressed to us early on, as we started to explore the concept of amending the approval and adding units, that even with additional units, the quality is going to be the same or better. And that's kind of a subjective thing, right? So at this point, it's really for the council to decide that. And I'll let the applicant speak their piece to that. But there are primarily two different types of townhomes that would be constructed in the project as proposed. Some have a garage in the front. Some of them have a garage in the rear. In fact, the majority have the garage in the rear. 153 of the 174 do. 21 would have the garage in the front. This is an image of a front-loaded townhome garage, so 21 of the 170 would be that. Again, more artistic version of the same thing. Proposed materials, 3 different types of materials cladding the exterior. This is the rear of the same type of unit. One of the sides, the other side. I feel like I've been scolded in the past for allowing developers to build townhomes with prominent side-facing elevations that are plain and ugly. I've talked to the applicant about that, as is pretty routine these days. Rear-loaded townhomes is the bulk of what would be constructed with the amended development plan. We'll get back to dimensions on those if that's helpful, but a more descriptive version of how they would look. Again, materials, brick, potentially a couple different colors of brick, siding, 2 different types of siding, rear of the rear-loaded units, one of the sides, another side, and so forth. The applicants have provided a number of different color schemes. Some of that was not available to us when we presented this to the Planning Commission. And yet, like I said, this has been before the Planning Commission and the Development Review Committee, and both of those bodies have recommended that it be approved, both the addendum and the proposed preliminary plat that goes along with that. Like I said, I can spend a lot of time on these things, trying to be succinct, but be happy to answer any questions that you have. Applicants have a pretty capable development team here. I know they'd be happy to answer questions, and probably chomping at the bit to speak as well. So,
questions for Dave before public hearing or the applicant?
No.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that detail. Does the applicant want to speak before the public hearing? Or perfect.
Joseph's never passed a microphone.
Never seen a microphone he doesn't like.
Thanks for having us. Good to be with you. Joseph Ernest, my colleague Russell Nelson. I'll speak high level to some of the things. I think it's prudent to start with the high level backstory. About 4 years ago when the development agreement was approved, each building footprint was identical. There was no variation in the building footprints, and they were sized out at about a 2,500 square foot product that was for rent. We have not successfully found a builder for that product. Fast forward to today, we have a nationwide builder. They've been publicly traded since 1997. They're awesome, Meritage Homes, and they've been able to provide a for-sale product with 3 different building footprints, which will add a lot more aesthetic appeal to the project. The project and each square footage, there's now 4 different square footage totals, all for sale, approximately ranging from 1,350 square feet to 1,650 square feet, and all of them are 3-bed, 2.5 bath, except for the end caps of the front load units, which there are few, the end caps, those are 4 bedrooms. Which is kind of cool for the project as a whole, because the apartments next door are only 1-bed and 2-bed units. And then you have the single family homes and you have the commercial corner. So we think the comprehensive total project has increased and improved. Also, we set out with this one, we would be able to move forward and it would go vertical now because the builder is willing to do this with these 174 units. But we have also set out to meet the quality or improve the quality of the elevations, which we've tried to do. And we've had a ton of feedback from Dave and Brandon to do that. And Meritage has been accommodating, which we've really appreciated. We've also increased the number of amenities or the type of amenities. The new amenities are the playground and the pavilion barbecue. It used to be a courthouse. So you have a clubhouse, a pool, you have 3 pickleball courts. You can play Lily if you want there. And we'll have the playground, and we'll have the pavilion and the barbecue, and then we'll have a dog park and an open park area, grassy area, which we think is an improvement. We also have additional strips of parking along and throughout the community as well. Overall, as far as locations in the city, I'm a little bit familiar with the city, and Arrowhead and Main being the corridor to both Spanish Forks, Main Street Retail, and Salem's Retail, along with right next door to the FitCity Rec Center for these additional 24 families to enjoy. Not to mention the direct access to I-15. It seems like a great place to help solve the housing crisis in the state and at the federal level, which we are all hopefully super aware of. And also the affordability has improved dramatically in this project from how it was approved to now how we're asking it to be approved so that the project can move forward. Other than, what am I missing? Anything I'm missing?
I think it's good.
Okay.
You went from
yes.
2,500 square feet to 16?
And ranging from 1,350 to 1,650, 4 different.
Okay. And what was the original?
Approximately 2,500 for rent. So scratching our heads at the time, the economic situation, maybe someone would have built that. We weren't the original developer either.
Sure.
But it didn't seem.
Joseph, what's the price point you guys are looking at with these?
Anywhere from 400 to 450, and again, there's that different square footage.
Yeah.
And again, there's 21 front load and 153 rear load.
Joseph, will the HOA have any control over? You're saying it's for sale, but
CC&Rs.
Yes.
Yes.
How many could potentially be rented out in the future?
Excellent question. The CC&Rs will prohibit any lease shorter than 6 months and will not allow any leases after 50% are leased.
Okay.
So long-term thinking, that's the max.
Okay. I like that. And I also appreciate the color schemes because when I started looking through the packet and it just looked all white, I'm like, they want to increase it, and now it's going to be 174 of the exact same units. We need some color. So thanks for sharing that, Dave, and clarifying that there's going to be some differentiation.
And I like that the roof lines changed too.
Yeah, that will be helpful.
Yeah, I do like the variations, having more options as far as the appearance and aesthetics. 24 new driveways, or 24 additional driveways. You mentioned there's some additional parking, guest parking. Do you know how much exactly was added?
I could show you on the site plan.
It's 2.5 exactly.
It's still as of right now, it's exactly 2.5.
Yeah. So we're meeting the code, and then they can park on the street too.
So,
but there are strips of parking added, which was I guess that was what was necessary with the 24 additional families.
okay. So the alleyways, the rear load parking, there won't be room there to park. You won't be able to park on those roads, right? But on the main public streets,
Yes,
there's room to
You
park.
shouldn't park in there
Because
they're
no-
big, but you shouldn't, because then you're more likely to get in an accident.
And your
which I've
driveway,
done, by the way,
which you've
it
done.
was my wife. So,
But the
in a
driveways
unit like that backed up into a car.
The rear loading, so the driveways for those garages, they're not deep enough to even park on, right?
Right. They're 7.5 feet, so they're not deep enough.
Okay.
And then there's the alleyway.
Okay.
But with the 7.5 feet and then the alleyway, it's really big, which is good.
No basements, correct?
No basements. Mayor, Mike, do you know basements? No basements.
Okay. Do you miss Spanish Fork?
Yes, and I was wondering, can I get grandfathered into the
No.
rec center?
No.
I'll sign up anyway.
But Joseph,
I'll be
thank
my
you for
family
your
would be a Mapleton resident at the rec center.
Yeah, thank you for your time serving.
Yeah, I was happy to.
You were
really
fun.
enjoyed it.
You were
No,
fun
we're
to
not
serve
gonna
with.
grandfather you.
I
You were
enjoyed
awesome.
it. And we're here to answer questions, and if there's any public hearing items, we're happy to respond to.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Joseph. No rec center discount for former planning commissioners who move. Right, Dale? You put that in
Be specific.
It's in a different presentation.
Actually, if they're former planning commissioners, they have to pay double the
Goes up,
resident.
not
yeah.
down.
Yeah.
So does that go for you too?
Yeah, these. Yeah.
Move out of the city.
That move out of the city.
Oh, you're going to put all the.
I mean, it goes to tell you what a kind of a poor decision maker he is if he goes to another city.
So, Joseph,
But we're digressing.
I do have another question, but I think Joseph, I do have another question, but I think I'll save it for new business with the actual preliminary plat part.
I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing for item E.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, second by Councilwoman Beck. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
For public hearing for item E, anybody from the public that would like to speak to the master development agreement for Skye Meadows?
Good evening, council members. My name is Mark Singer. I am a homeowner in Skye Meadows. Built a home a year ago. Lot 10 actually sits just to the west of this proposed plat. Thrilled to be here in Spanish Fork. We've been here a year. We knew a little bit about what was going on behind us. I mean, obviously, I don't think anyone's concerned about the FitCity building coming down. My daughter was convinced it was haunted. My main concern, I guess, and it's not really a question since thanks Councilman Euler for your ask about parking, my comment and concern is just about that. If this council hasn't looked, there's and I don't know the name of the development, just to the south of where, adjacent to the Del Monte Road, and then to the south where the Arrive homes are being built, is a similar townhome complex that's being proposed. I was really concerned when I read the notes and the council minutes that were approved 4 years ago about the parking only being 2.5. I actually thought that it was 2.3, but maybe I misread that. But that development to the south, if you drove it, my wife and I walk it all the time, and there are cars parked all on the streets. It's difficult to navigate. We drive through it because as we drive down to Stokes and Salem, we'll take that path sometimes instead of going around a quick whack and get on Main Street. And adding 24 new units to these things sitting right behind my home. Again, I can't speak for my neighbors, but I know many of us talked about, and we worry about parking spilling over into the Hillwood Arrive home development. Again, Councilman Euler, you're spot on. There's not enough room to park in the alleyways and the garages where these people are going to pull in and out of their homes. So, of course, they're going to go to the streets. And, of course, that's going to spill over both south and directly to the west into the Hillwood and Arrive development. And I would simply say I'm concerned about what that means for those of us that bought homes and certainly don't want folks parking in front of our homes or adjacent to our properties. Thank you.
Mark?
Can I ask Mr. Singer? Mr. Singer, is that your name? Zager.
Let's see if anybody else.
Okay.
Let's see if
All right.
anybody else has public hearing. Just call him back up.
All right.
Anybody else for public hearing on this item? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, second by Councilman Euler. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
There you
Can I ask you a question?
You bet. You can come back up.
Come on up, because I'm just curious. So, when you moved in, there was approval for 147, 48, let's say 150.
Yeah.
Now it's 176, so it's 25, 26 more. Did you have the same concern when you moved in about parking?
Yes.
And you chose?
About the additional 24.
We increased the parking by, what would that be, 75 to accommodate those 24? I don't disagree that 2.5 seems, when you go around the city, it seems low. I think that is a conversation we have almost every time, and that if we're going to do something, we do it globally. Like we would say it's a 3 instead of 2.5. I don't like to do it to these folks necessarily on one-offs, but I do wish that there was a bit of this development taking place so you could see what 2.5 provided. And I mean, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but did you do the math? Did you think about that when you moved in a year ago, that there was going to be 2.5 spots behind you and 150 people, 150 homes?
No, I mean, it wasn't a deterrent, if that's your question.
That's my question.
Councilman, no, I mean, we love Spanish Fork. We wanted to be here. People complain that this is too developed. To me, it felt rural. That we moved from Harriman, and if you want to see development, go up to Harriman. That's insane. So we loved coming to rural Spanish Fork.
Mm-hmm.
We love the floor plan. So no, it wasn't a deterrent necessarily. But I certainly don't want traffic bleeding in right in front of my house. Right.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate it. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. It's been a year, and I'm just curious if it was something you contemplated a year ago. The answer was yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mark.
Mr. Zang, not a question for you, but just to point out what you had stated. He talked about the arrived townhomes that are south of here. I drove. That's close to my home, so I sometimes will hit Woodland Hills Drive by cutting through that development, driving through those townhomes. To his point, a week ago when I was driving through, there were cars parked on both sides of the street, and there was an Amazon truck coming towards me. When you've got cars parked on both sides, it's a one-way street. There's not enough room. I had to pull over so the Amazon truck could get by me. And so if we're considering, that's kind of what we're looking for, we're okay with that. We're okay with allowing public parking on both sides and turning it into a one-way street, then that's the direction we're moving in. But to his point, when you have townhomes like this that are dense and the parking is what it is, and you allow it on the public streets, yes, it slows down traffic, but to the point that now you're having to pull over to let the vehicle that's coming towards you get past. I experienced that firsthand.
Dave, is any of their parking counting on-street parking? Because the way the count looks on the plan, it looks like it's all spotted.
Yeah. I don't believe that any of the numbers that they give us on parking is on-street.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I didn't think so.
We meant independent of parking on the street.
Perfect. Thank you.
In the city's benchmark, you cannot have parking on the street to meet the zoning requirement of 2.5. So we need it without counting any on-street parking. Also, our civil engineer just noted of the additional units.
Joe. You're testing.
Travis is yelling
You're
at you.
testing our patience. Travis's patience.
I appreciate you. Our civil engineer just noted of the additional units, only 2 have been added that abut the single-family homes. He said you might be able to make an argument that 4 have been added that abut the single-family homes, but for all intents and purposes, 2 units have been added to the side of the development that abut the single-family homes. So the nucleus of the parking is going to be, in theory, contained within the townhome phase of the development, which should help alleviate the concern of the
Where
residents.
Mark lives, closest to him, it's only 2
additional units.
Gotcha.
Of the additional 24. It's a negligible difference.
Thank you.
So maybe just a little bit more thought on that, Councilman Cardin. Again, they meet the minimum parking requirement with entirely off-street parking spaces. That does assume that 2 cars are parked in the garage, which is an assumption that we've made for a long time, and you can question whether that makes sense or not. And yet also, I think that over time we've, this is how I've looked at it at least, we know people do park on the street for better or worse, and sometimes I think that's better and maybe sometimes it's worse. And in the case of this project, just kind of by way of some quick math on the longer, straighter stretches of street that they have in the project that aren't interrupted by driveways and that type of a thing, if you're allowing 25 or 26 feet for a parallel parking space, they have something like room for 35 to 40 on-street parking spaces, which with the 170 homes, you're at another basically quarter of a home worth of parking spaces available, or 1 space for every 4 homes on-street parking, which I think in some of the projects around town has been sufficient, and some other places maybe hasn't been. So,
thank you, Dave.
Maybe
Any
we need
questions
a
about-
campaign for people not to buy big trucks anymore instead of adjusting parking.
It's part of
Do you
our
think that's-
identity down here.
Yeah,
We've
that's
got
true.
big trucks.
That's true,
We're gonna
big
always have big
trucks.
trucks. Go ahead.
Use the garage to park in.
True, but like my daughter lives in a townhome in Payson, and it's the same thing. They have one big vehicle, and they can only fit the one in because they don't have any storage in the townhome because townhomes aren't made for storage. It's just like, what can you do? But how do you make a townhome affordable now? Because they're nearly $500,000. It's tough.
It is.
It's tough. It's a balance. I will, and it's not that it's a solution to a problem that could happen, Mark, that you bring up in the public hearing section. There are a couple of townhome developments just down the road, just west of here on Arrowhead, that if you take a right onto Del Monte, it was a huge concern of similar neighborhoods that had single family homes. There are some cars that are parking, but by and large, if you drove through those, they're pretty well self-contained. Some of the people in those neighborhoods have reached out since and said it hasn't been an issue. That doesn't mean there's not the Amazon trucks squeezing through from time to time, but those are 2 developments that come to mind in proximity of here that are right next to single-family neighborhoods too. That with good design, I think some good planning, the parking hasn't become the issue that maybe we thought it was before it's built. But I realize this isn't built, and it's tough to.
Or the locations where they're actually going to be used instead of, just in one area where everyone has to walk to their development. So I think it has been planned fairly well from that standpoint. Parking is always a huge concern, though.
I was going to mention that aspect. That parking seems like it's not been an afterthought, but a forethought on this adjustment. And I do appreciate the amenities that are in here. My daily commute now, my daughter drives across Main Street, stays on Volunteer, and gets to that townhome development by our back behind the fairgrounds. Beautiful development that kind of looks comparable here of some open space and a clubhouse and things like that. And there's grass for dogs. I see the dogs walking
6 plates
over there on that current development. So it's kind of looking like that development that I'm driving through every morning to get Monroe up to school.
Our ordinance is still in place during the wintertime that you can't park on street anyways, right? If there's a snowstorm, the city sends out a notice. You've got to find a place to park that's not on the street. And so these individuals have to at least be aware of that and have to know where they can park that's not on the street at some point during the wintertime.
Those chiefs knocking on their door.
Which is a great way of encouraging my child to clean out her garage, right? Like, because I have a daughter that's in the exact same situation, and it's time to clean it out.
Clean it up and have your car be warm and not snowed on in the morning. Working in the garage.
So my perspective, we had a development 150. We have now a development 174. I think this development is more aesthetically pleasing than the previous one. I like that this is more affordable than the previous one. I think that's really important. If there's a place that can handle density, it's this section of town. Density was there before. Density was already been approved. So it's not like we're, approving 174, approving 50 more. Kevin, you're going to have to argue with me all day that the roads are not wide enough, because what you just described is exactly what I would want in this neighborhood. I want you to slow down. I want you to slow down. I want you to think about that car coming on. I want you to pause in this particular location.
So,
I mean, look at these roads. Why are you cruising around this?
Are you okay as a driver, as a resident in your neighborhood, of having to pull over and stop?
Heck yes.
To let a car by?
Heck yes.
Okay.
This particular neighborhood.
Not me.
I know. That's what I'm saying. We can argue all day, and that's the beauty of where we're at. But in this particular neighborhood, that is a loop road. That is a neighborhood road. You shouldn't be. Why are you driving around that thing?
No. So,
don't be bugging them.
Maybe this neighborhood.
Stay out of the neighborhood.
But the neighborhood that I'm describing, which is a very.
I got a very similar suggestion this last week that roads are too narrow. I had to pull over, let someone pass. I'm like, yeah, did you hit anybody? Nope. Perfect. You're going slow through a residential area, and I'm going to get criticized all over Facebook. I don't care. We drive too freaking fast in this community across the state, and these are the type of things that keep us under control. Now, I'm with you. Like, we're going to say yes for different reasons or no for different reasons, but in this case, I would love to argue with you all day. But I like that feature here. But more importantly, we have standards that we set, parking, road widths, and we've asked the developers, no matter where they're at, to follow them, and they have. If we want to change those things, we should change them before they submit the application to it. And I think we definitely agree on that point. Yeah. If we don't think 2.5 is enough, then we should change it to something else, and then they'll bring that to us, and they won't even mess with. Right?
Yeah, and my issue is not even a parking issue; it's the width of the road.
Sure, and if we don't think
we're allowing cars to park,
correct.
But at the same time, if it becomes an issue, and we've already allowed that width, we could always request that it be, what do you call it, red?
Yeah, paint the curb red.
Mm-hmm. Red curbed, I guess is the term.
Red curbed. So for all of those reasons, I am supportive of it. I think it's a better development than we had before. I think it's the right place for density in general. Don't love the condos that front Main Street, but it's another affordable place, and there's a mixture of it here.
What do you not love about those? I'm curious.
I just don't like the facade up just right next to Main Street. That's why I didn't like it across the street either. But I like that there's density here, and there's a mix of density. There's some higher, some medium, and some low single family. Like, this makes a community. So I think it's a good overall. I would have approved it last time I did. But I think this change is beneficial over the original.
Yeah, I love more than anything that it's a for sale unit and that they're not going to be rentals.
That's a great part.
A big deal.
Yeah. And 400, there's a place that you can buy brand new in Spanish Fork for $400,000.
You can get your kids to move back.
There's no
free. He said 4 to 450.
Yeah.
We're getting closer.
I just need a little backyard for their stinking dogs to go out back. Then I'm in. Then she has no excuse.
You've said that twice now. It's in the record.
I'm going to say it again. No, I'm just kidding, Mike. I'm done. I committed a week ago to be more transparent in my decision-making process, so that was my attempt to being transparent.
It was good.
And
Anybody
I think
else?
it's good for Mark to hear us say, like, we can't do a lot of things right now to change the parking because they followed what our ordinances say. And even us up here can disagree on wider roads or parking off-street. And
Yeah.
agree.
Valid concern. Yeah.
You agree with the narrow roads? Thank you.
No.
We can debate the narrow road discussion another night.
I'm sure we will.
When Dancing with the Stars is not on.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions about this for staff or the applicant? If there isn't, before you get to a motion, I appreciate the DRC and the Planning Commission and the good notes on this as well, and the discussions that were had in those meetings too.
It's hard to discount that heavy lift. I mean, we just vote on it very quickly, but this is not how it started. There's several rounds of improvements to this, and
To that note, in the development agreement, there is language that talks about how much landscaping has to be, or how far along the project can be before landscaping has to be done or before they'll do any more, and then also the amenities. So like that is something that was talked about in Planning Commission that's now in here. I was able to find it, and so thank you for getting that changed. And it gives us teeth to make sure that things are done in an orderly fashion, so we don't have residents saying, hey, this hasn't been done and this hasn't been done, which we've had experiences with recently in another development. So thank
finally
you.
a good planning commission that can move us forward.
That's right.
Yeah.
Since three of us are off.
Yep.
To mention also how long some of these projects take, I was on the Planning Commission 4 years ago, over 4 years ago, when this first was brought up to the city.
Yep.
So it's been a long time.
True. Okay. If there's no other questions or comments on item E, I would entertain a motion for addendum number 4 to the master development agreement for Skye Meadows.
I move to approve the addendum number 4 to the master development agreement for Skye Meadows.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin.
Second.
Second by Councilman Took. Roll call vote here. Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Item E is approved. Thank you for the good discussion and the good questions in the public hearing. Takes us to item F, ordinance to amend Title 15 for boundary adjustments. David again.
It's my turn. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. So basically, there was a state law that was passed, went into effect in May of this year, creating a simple boundary adjustment process that would be a staff level review, that if it met certain criteria, that it would be done to address those simple boundary adjustments. The text amendment is just to name the Public Works Director as the approval body to sign off on those. So any questions, I'd be happy to answer that or give more information.
Can you give me an example of a simple boundary adjustment?
No, I cannot.
Hey, I'll jump
But
in.
it's right there.
Yeah. So let's say, Shane, that you have a piece of property that's not in a subdivision, and you and your neighbor want to exchange a little bit of land that is on one of the two of your properties now. One way to do that would be to adjust the boundary between your two properties. That's a simple boundary adjustment now defined in state code, along with the process that needs to be followed. Like Mr. Mann said, this is what's before the council tonight is in reaction to a change in state law and us putting together a way to administer this new opportunity that property owners have to well, like it says, adjust the boundary between their properties.
Okay. So we had, we'll go to public hearing and then I'll talk about it.
Sure.
Sorry.
If there's no other questions for Mr. Mann, I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck, second by Councilman Marshall. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Public hearing for item F, amend Title 15 boundary adjustments. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to this? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
I thought Dallas was coming up.
No, he doesn't even know what Title 15 is.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Took, second by Councilman Cardin. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Okay, discussion back up here. Councilman Marshall, you had a question?
So a while back, we had an APA, Agricultural Protection Area, that the boundaries, and I think this is typical when you look at the county boundary map, you have boundaries that don't match what is actually in the field, because that's just how surveying works, right? if we wanted to fix that, was that a simple boundary adjustment that Corey could approve?
Yes, that's
Okay.
one of the ways you could fix that.
Okay, just check it. I'm just.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that it's, you take the simple process and you make it simpler by saying, Corey, you take care of these things. I didn't realize that in your first example, I didn't realize the city had to buy off on that boundary adjustment, but prior to this, we would have to approve that?
No. Actually, prior to this, there wasn't a process that involved a municipality. And occasionally that created problems.
Okay.
So, for example, if you adjusted the property line between you and your neighbor, and currently you have to have 25 feet from your house to your property line, you end up with less than that. Well, now you're maybe illegal from a setback perspective or that type of a thing.
Huh,
Yeah,
okay.
so one of the checks that would happen before Mr. Pierce signs these is somebody in our office would check to make sure that it doesn't create any illegal situations with setbacks or anything like that.
So a little protection and keeping it simple.
Yeah, I think this is intended to be efficient, quick.
Gotcha.
Good question. Any other questions about item F? We've had a public hearing. We're back up here. If there's no other questions, I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve the proposed Title 15 text amendment for simple boundary adjustments.
Motion made by Councilman Took.
Second.
Second by Councilman Euler. A roll call vote here. Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Item F's approved. Takes us to G, the last public hearing tonight. Ordinance to amend Title 15, modify regulations for medical cannabis processing facilities. Mr. David Anderson.
Again, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I didn't know much at all about cannabis processing facilities a few months ago. I've learned, and I'm going to let him describe, what per Utah code a cannabis processing facility really is. And in short, I will say that as I've learned more about what they are and the oversight that's provided of what happens in those facilities and the oversight that's provided of the security that's maintained in those facilities and what those facilities look like and the people that are employed by way of the type of professionals that are employed to do what has to be done in those facilities, I think our current regulations are extremely stringent. Therefore, fully support simply amending Title 15 to include cannabis processing facilities as uses subject to conditions in our Industrial 1 zone. There are thousands of acres zoned Industrial 1. If you're anywhere near the airport and you look out around that part of the community, it's zoned this way. We have a very, very small part of the community. All of, if not close to all of the land that's zoned I-3 is near the windmills at the mouth of Spanish Fork Canyon. Currently, the I-3 zone is the only zone where cannabis processing facilities are permitted in any way in Spanish Fork, making them practically not allowed in the community. We don't have the utilities and different things like that in that part of the community, likely won't for some time to be able to allow for something like this. So it's Mr. Williams, right, Owen? Okay, great. When we started talking to Mr. Williams about operating a facility like this in a different part of the community, pretty quickly we warmed up to this idea of amending the text of Title 15. Mr. Williams has been cooperative by way of applying for that change, and it's been through process. Along the way, for example, some development review committee members initially were really hesitant to entertain the notion of making this use more easily permitted in the community. In my view, they softened up and even, I would say, kind of got on board with the notion that this is not going to have a negative impact on the community as a whole or immediate neighbors and that type of a thing. I think to some extent that kind of happened with the Planning Commission as well. Each of those two bodies then recommended that this particular change be approved. And, well, I'll just leave it at that. So that's where it is, coming to the council with recommendations for approval from the Planning Commission and the City Council. Actually, the other thing I was going to mention, the municipal code does reference cannabis as of just a few years ago when the state changed its regulations for medical cannabis products and that type of a thing. The other cannabis-related use that is referenced in Title 15 by the title that it has in the state code is a cannabis cultivation facility. And some of you will remember that just a few years ago there was a farmer's field where cannabis was being grown in Spanish Fork. And in fact, today, cannabis cultivation facilities are an allowed use, subject to conditions, in our agricultural zone. So today you can grow cannabis provided that you meet certain criteria in Spanish Fork in our agricultural zone. And as I've come to learn more about this, I think this really is a very distinct kind of situation relative to the material itself and how it gets handled and that sort of thing. But I wanted to mention that was what I was forgetting in terms of kind of the other thing that Spanish Fork Code references relative to cannabis. So,
questions for Dave before the applicant and public hearing? Thank you, Dave.
Thanks.
Mr. Williams, would you applicant want to come up and speak before going into public hearing?
Thank you for your time, council members. We appreciate it. My name is Owen Williams. I'm a resident here in Spanish Fork as well. I'm a chemist at 2S Medical. We're a medical processor. We synthesize medical products for medical research and development with several universities here in the state. About 10 to 15% of our business is synthesizing cannabinoids through the state legislature, through the cannabis bill that allows us to process cannabis products. We don't grow products. We don't have any plants within our lab. We're all white coats. We synthesize products that are used in medicines and research and development and things like Alzheimer's, different types of cancers, ALS, all the nasty diseases out there. Our products are synthesized and then sold to companies, pharmaceutical companies and labs throughout the state to utilize for testing services. We employ anywhere from 8 to 12 individuals, 9 of which all have PhDs and doctorates, all from chemistry, microbiology. We have 2 professors from the University of Utah that will be doing research and development at our facility. We have a 3,000 square foot facility that we're going to be partnering with the Utah State University and their agricultural program, synthesizing different medications for them as well. We're a complete lockdown facility. When I say that, the state of Utah regulates us 24/7 through video monitor surveillance. We don't have any types of signage. Parking, believe it or not, is not an issue. We've got 20 parking spots and there'll be 10 employees there.
Can they borrow some?
Yes. But that's the gist of what we do. Nothing fancy. We don't have any odors. Everything is pharmaceutical grade white coat lab.
Do you have a location here in
yes, sir. We're
the
just
city
down by
where you're
the airport. Sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
So what you described, what you do, is that typical of a cannabis processing facility, or are you unique in what you do?
We're extremely unique. Not many manufacturers synthesize different medications for testing usages. One of the council things that we've been through this process, I made it akin to analyzing terpenes in a flower that could be used for hair growth. Well, one of my scientists told me that was mistaken. It's actually rosemary. There's certain properties in rosemary, when synthesized in large amounts, large quantities, regrow hair in individuals. So, instead of dousing your head with rosemary and smelling like the salad bar or whatnot, we can synthesize those products in the lab and then create them at high potencies that can be then tested for those types of different genetic, issues and diseases and things like that.
So you synthesize a range of things, one of which is cannabis.
Yes, Councilman. Yes,
Okay. Okay. So, all right. Thank you for that. I probably have a question for you in a sec then. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
No. Thank you for that explanation.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Appreciate it. I'd entertain a motion to go to public hearing for item G.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, second by Councilwoman Beck. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in public hearing for item G. Anybody from the public that would like to speak to this ordinance to amend Title 15? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall.
Second.
Second by Councilman Took. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Discussion back up here for item G.
So in this particular case, the way the applicant described it, I don't have a problem at all. Is there a cannabis processing facility that I would have a problem with, though? I don't know. What's the range of
Yeah.
processing facilities?
There are three things for me, this is just me, that are really important relative to kind of evaluating whether or not a different cannabis processing facility could be a problem or not. First of all is, what do they look like? It's my understanding that per state law, they can't have big green leafy signs on the side of the building or any kind of descriptive signage that suggests that they synthesize, process, or do anything with cannabis. So likely look like this likely would look like any industrial kind of box building, and there's discretion in terms of that. So security, regardless of whether or not they do what Mr. Williams would like to do, and focus on other things in addition to cannabis, whether or not they're 100% cannabis or not. Everything that they produce, and please correct me if I'm wrong, can only be obtained by an end user through a prescription in the state of Utah. So there's control there, and the security. The idea that it's not just the company itself that's monitoring what's going on, who's there, what's happening to material coming and going. Those are the three things that, for me, kind of make, a lot of other things less concerning.
Sure.
And it's also processing, not like dispensing, right? Like
Absolutely.
The pharmacy thing wouldn't even work in this realm because it's not approved. It's not a part of that code.
Right.
Do the provisions that Dave just outlined apply to any other types of facilities that could process cannabis in some other way? Where you're a white coat lab type of facility that's doing medicines, what if there's somebody that wanted to process it for some other, it's only cannabis? I think that's the point of your question, perhaps, where, what other processing facilities could we have? And I think one thing that was helpful for me in the discussions that we had is how many of these licenses or permits rather are given from the state, as they're closely controlled. So in order to do anything here, first they have to come to us with a license or a permit from the state. Is that correct? And how many of those, if you wouldn't mind speaking to that for us, I think that would be helpful.
Through the state legislation, there's 18 awarded cannabis licenses through the lottery system. It's a closed system, so there's no more licenses being issued. Those were issued starting in 2020 through the medical cannabis laws here in the state. 16 of the 18 facilities have been built, most of which are tied with some type of facility to provide them with products in order to put into the medical market. We are just one of 2 medical facilities left being built, so the chances of another facility coming into the area would be very, very, very low, especially since they're not giving any more licenses out at this point.
Dave, you had mentioned the DRC had some initial concerns. It took them a little bit to move in this direction. What were some of their concerns?
I think it was just with the notion that the community would recoil at the idea of being less restrictive on cannabis than we possibly could be. That's my take on, and I don't know if the city manager wants to share any insight on some initial recoil to the idea.
I think I just did.
Was that it? I mean, our first conversation about it, you were cold to the idea.
Yeah, I was definitely cold to it because I, in my mind, the picture was I've got the raw cannabis coming in, I'm processing it and probably wholesaling it as well as, it's just all of the medical cannabis straight, and I didn't want to have there be. I didn't want there to be this across the whole zone. Because of the size of that zone, but understanding more clearly this is medical, the processing facility that it is, and the strict limitations that the state has. It's not something that does worry me. I think if we see that the law changes from the state and there are opportunities for more, then we can adjust this and tighten it down based on what we feel may be coming from that. But I think we've defined this, and the state has defined this in a way that the concerns that I had were, I think I describe as maybe uneducated concerns, right? They were not, they were uninformed, and when I got to understand more, they were set aside.
I think that's the concern you're probably getting at, for me too, Kevin, is just seeing that word, and then what Seth said there, being able to tighten down the language if we needed, if policies changed at the state level, that we wouldn't be tied in to the Wild West with cannabis after that because we permitted this use, right? I mean, I'm sure there's other states and other places that were thinking there would never be recreational marijuana instead of instead of medicinal marijuana, but they're there, and so that's where we'd want to make sure of what you're saying, that this code doesn't tie us to not being able to restrict that in some way. And with what you're saying and what you're doing, the state's pretty detailed already in that. I guess we just want to make sure.
Yeah, we've had to submit plans, several, bid series to make sure, number one, we're financially, physically able to do it. Two, ethically we could do it. We're responsible. There's a litany of 500-page application that you have to submit to even be considered. We've got to be approved by the Utah Department of Health, Utah Department of Agriculture, the fire department, the local law enforcement as well, all regularly lighted by the state, just because everything is done through a prescription, everything is monitored by the state, not only video surveillance, finances, the state takes control of that to make sure that no bad players are entered into the market and everything is secured and done the right way.
I appreciate that. Any other questions for Mr. Williams? I do like the aspect of a dozen or so doctors working in our community and providing some jobs that way, and not taking up parking all over the city too.
Right. Positive.
There's no other questions or comments about this. I'd entertain a motion from the council.
I move to approve the ordinance to modify the regulations for medical cannabis processing facilities.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Euler, second by Councilman Cardin. Roll call vote here. Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
And Councilman Took.
Yes.
Item G of public hearing is approved as well. Takes us to new business, preliminary plat for River Meadows Townhomes.
I think they want to be moved to the end.
They requested that.
Just kidding.
After closed session.
Need a break? Okay.
I don't have anything new to add. With this particular proposal, or part of what's being proposed, this is where I think it's most appropriate to talk about the reasoning for whatever it is that you want to do in terms of findings, imposing conditions. We've articulated some of those in the staff report, and that's really our recommendation, is that the proposed plat be approved based on the findings and subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Thank you, Dave. You had a question
Yeah, you said you had a
possibly
question.
about this? This is not a public hearing, but
Yeah,
a
I
question.
do have a question for the applicant. Joseph, maybe if you got a second. So I think prior to your company taking this on, there was a separate company that initially brought this up. My question's regarding what was discussed, and I'm sure you're aware of it, with the fence that was discussed with the existing homeowners that lived on Cowpack. So there are, I don't know, 6 or 7, 8 maybe homeowners that live on the west side of Cowpack, that when this was first brought up years ago with the Planning Commission, the individual that proposed it mentioned in the meeting that, yeah, the development, our company, our people will take care of putting a fence, a vinyl fence between your properties and the development property. Are you familiar with this discussion?
Yes,
Okay.
as of recently, yes.
Okay. The project changed hands. I don't know if once or twice or whatever, but that wasn't ever formally put into any documents that came to the city. I know since we did find one, but discussions have taken place between the city and you guys, and I've heard from some of the residents. A lot of them have reached out to me specifically. I don't know if you want to just give an update on where you're at with that, what the development team, what your company's planning on doing with those residents.
Yeah, no better person than the gentleman, my colleague, who's been knocking doors, actually. Russ, you want to come up and give him an update?
Thank you.
We call him president in our office because his name is Russell Nelson, so I call him president.
We'll explain it later, Shane.
Hi, my name is Russell Nelson. Yeah, we've been out there knocking doors. We heard about this recently, I guess, a few months ago, that this had been committed for. So we wanted to go out there and make sure that the residents were aware. And we weren't able to talk to everybody, but we were able to talk to several of them. We asked them to spread the word. And what we've committed to do and what we've told them is that for the fencing along the back, we were notified that we'd be responsible for a 6-foot vinyl fence. And so we had that priced out. We got a quote for $30 a foot. And so we calculated out the back boundary for each of those neighbors, and we're planning on just sending those checks out to those residents along Cowpack that still don't have a vinyl fence along the back there. So, and for there's a few portions that do have some fencing there that it looks like the new neighbors in the new development, the single family homes, it looks like they maybe put in their own vinyl fencing. So for those portions, we're probably going to do $15 a foot, so that the front neighbors, if they paid for half of that or however they worked that out, that they're compensated for that as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Anything?
For the pre-existing, so those who were there before this development is our plan.
Okay. So anybody after the fact?
That abut the new development.
Got it.
Yeah. So there's a couple homes in there, Councilman Euler, that don't apply, but yeah, any of them that do.
Perfect.
Going to give them the money, and if they want to put one up, they're going to put it up, or
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay.
We don't want to
Leave
be
it up to the
hiring.
homeowner to decide how they do it.
Yeah, we don't want to be the ones hiring people to go out and scheduling. It's a nightmare. We'd rather give them the money.
Awesome. Which I appreciate. I know there's been a lot of discussion on that. I know it was a surprise to you guys, and so I appreciate your willingness.
And in talking to them, it sounds like a lot of them have different ideas on what they want for a fence.
Okay.
Some of them have horses, so they don't necessarily want a vinyl fence, and so that's why we thought it was appropriate to we'll just pay them money and let
them figure that out.
Do it at their discretion. Yeah.
Awesome. That's great. Yeah, I appreciate that. With that issue being raised because of a change of hands with the development, not to say that could happen again or will happen again, but if it's all right, I would just like to add a condition to the motion that's made tonight, just to reemphasize what you guys have shared tonight. Are you all right with that?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
The wording matters.
I'll read it to you. You can tell me while you're up
Okay.
if you're okay with this. It says that the applicant provide funds to residents on the west side of Calpac Avenue for the construction of a fence as noted on sheet W2 of the wall and fence plan before any building permits are issued.
And is it the city's intent that those are the residents who existed prior to this development going in? Because it's those who abut Calpac on the west side.
Yeah, it's really those residents.
All of them.
It's the residents that have been there for a long, long time. Okay. That's the way I understand it.
The homes that are accessed via Calpac, Joseph.
Yeah. You follow where I'm going, because you can go west of Calpac, right?
Yes. That.
Miles.
What if I state the homes that front the west side of Calpac Avenue?
That also abut the Skye Meadows
That also
development.
abut.
Because there's
Yeah,
actually,
not
just so you know,
anybody-
there's actually a home that their backyard is a road and their front yard is Calpac. And I can't remember the name of that road, but like for instance, they would is the what's their last name? Warby, I think, would be an example where they wouldn't need a
Where they
fence.
wouldn't, because correct, because they're not, they don't abut the property.
Right.
They don't abut the project.
I think we're all on the same page, and I know the city's the one
Wanna make sure
enforcing
I
it.
get
So
the
as long as the
wording right.
city's on the same page,
Yeah.
and even if the wording is, as long as we're all on the same page.
I know which homes we're talking about.
Vaughn gets you.
We'll make sure.
And Vaughn's in charge. He loves this stuff. It's his favorite thing.
So you're comfortable
Vaughn and I are
with
over
that?
here
I'm comfortable
scratching our
with what
heads,
we're
and
talking
now we
about,
need
yeah.
that terpene stuff because we've
And that-
scratched it all
And
off.
that we've priced it out. Materials and labor, $30 a linear foot.
Do you want
and
me
then,
to include that, or?
yeah, it'd be great, because that's, I talked with Dave about it too, and he thought that was a reasonable price, and that any of the pre-existing homes that abut the Skye Meadows development, where we're talking about, if the new home already put in a fence, we would want to pay the pre-existing Calpac abutting neighbor the $15 so that they can pay their share of it because that's fair to the
it's
new
split in
homes.
half. They've already paid theirs.
Joseph just wants to write the condition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Juris doctors, they're the
Generally,
worst.
you'd be buying vinyl fence all the way to Salem.
We'll work through the verbiage as we get there.
You and I, we agree. We plan on doing that. We agree.
Awesome. Thank you, Joseph. And thank you for knocking doors.
Okay, with that condition that I think is a good condition added, it sounds like you're formulating a motion, Mr. Euler.
Yep, I will make the motion. Vaughn, with the motion, we've got conditions already in there. Can I say just include with the existing conditions plus
Yes.
the new one? Okay. Okay, I move to approve the proposed River Meadows Townhomes amended preliminary plat based on the findings and conditions existing in the staff report with the addition of condition 4, that the applicant provide funds to the residents that front the west side of Calpac Avenue and are adjacent to the Skye Meadows project for the construction of a fence as noted on sheet W2 of the wall and fence plan before any building permits are issued. The reimbursement provided will be $15 per square foot.
Linear foot.
Linear foot for, thank you, linear foot for homes that are adjacent to a home that's already put in a fence, and $30 per linear foot for those that do not have a fence. Go. Yeah.
You may approach.
I may approach the
You may
bench.
approach.
Thank you. There's a resident with the last name Urisk who they moved in in 2022, I think. After all of this was done, what do you want us to do with
The intent's the properties, I think.
Pardon me?
The intent was that that the boundary of the project would
Not
have the
whether
fence
they
installed.
built, because there was a property owner that lived there when the project
Yeah, I
was
think
put in.
he sold a lot or
So
something.
I would agree with Dave in that it would go with the property, not with whether they had a home there at the time or not.
I concur. We
They
can
didn't
live with
own it
it.
at the time either. I don't know. If that
He
makes sense,
understands.
but-
He understands. They sold a lot or something, but you just want us to pay for their fence too.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
He's so amiable.
Motion made. Motion made by Councilman Euler with that additional condition.
Second.
A second by Councilman Cardon. This is a roll call vote. Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardon.
Yes.
And Councilman Euler.
Yes, and thank you for all you've done with this. Appreciate it.
Okay, item A of new business is approved. B is ordinance amending section 72870 with the airport board. Mr. Corey Pierce.
Thank you, Mayor. In August, our airport manager, Christian, came and talked about the airport board and some options to try to get a feel for what the council would like to see on the airport board. As we've reviewed the comments and the feedback, the proposed changes are here, and we're hoping this captures the intent. So please let us know. We've added the word advisory board to clarify that they're an advising board to give recommendation to the city council on decisions. The airport board makeup would be changed with this to recognize 2 city council members as we're operating today, as well as the public works director, to kind of keep that Spanish Fork City touch, I think, or however you want to term that. The other 4 members could be airport patrons who reside within 25 miles of the airport. I think Christian passed along last time. It's been very difficult to find residents that are airport board or airport patrons to serve. So hopefully this provides a balance between city representation as well as the experts that are down flying their planes. We added some language about conflict of interest and avoiding that with business owners that may operate on the airport. And then we also added this list in G of the responsibilities to advise on strategic development, leases and compliance, safety and operations, budget and finance, community engagement, and other duties that the city council may assign or ask the board to look into. So that's the proposed language. Open to any adjustments or if there's a need to change this, please let me know.
What's the definition of an airport patron? Someone that lands there or someone that has a hangar there?
Someone who has a hangar, someone who operates and is their home base is the airport. Yes.
It was hard to find a citizen?
Meaning a resident of Spanish Fork City that is an airport patron that doesn't have a conflict or others. We could have citizens.
We expanded it to any airport patron
within 25 miles. That to help advise on airport-specific aeronautic type activities that a resident who isn't involved in there wouldn't be able to understand.
When I was at Wings and Wheels, a guy I went to high school with, who's back now in Spanish Fork, was a colonel in the Air Force. Tons of logistics about government bases across the country. He'd be perfect for this, but he's not a patron. But I guess it's probably as important as anything to actually use the facility.
Tell them to land a plane and buy some fuel.
No, if that's all it is, maybe that's it. But if it's a...
I think someone with those qualifications would be great on the airport board. It's pretty unique, I think I would say, as we've tried to fill seats. We went to having 2 council members serve because we couldn't meet the ordinance as it was written today.
Okay.
But someone like that would be a great
I mean,
asset.
if he does want to do it, we'll get a resume and putting forward, and if we all feel comfortable,
Figure it out,
if that's the right person, then we can adjust from there. So that's fine. Okay.
Yeah, if we can adjust language to make that clearer, I think
It's
it'd be
such
great.
a unique situation. It might be better to have them in front of us than say, okay, adjust this word, and then we're comfortable. Okay. All right.
So I guess I have a question along those same lines. Your board members that own or operate a business that could reasonably be perceived as a conflict of interest. I mean, there's $200 million of private investment going on out there. There's going to be business owners out there operating
a business operating on the airport. So if, let's say there was an airport FBO that is operating on the airport.
Okay.
And the airport board is looking at instituting a business fee for operating a business on the airport property. That feels like a conflict in their decision. I don't know, Vaughn, if there's other things that might apply here. But
Could we treat it the way we do a city council? They just disclose. If there's a conflict, they disclose it, or they don't participate in the vote.
Yeah, depending on the escalation of it, to recuse themselves, I guess. I guess I'm a little bit uncomfortable with just the blanket own or operate a business, because I think you're going to have, like the flight school out there, right? I mean, that's going to be a big business, and I think whoever's operating that business that's helping our airport, I don't mind them having a say on our airport board, I guess, unless...
As long as they're not all...
Well, as long as, the majority isn't made up and outvotes the city on...
Well, and I think that's going to be up to us too, right? Because we're the ones who are constituting the members of the board, and then the next provision is that we can remove anybody with or without reason, right? So I think that it's up to us to vet that situation, I think, beforehand.
Yeah.
Be fine getting rid of C.
we could strike that unless there's no... Okay.
Are they required to take any ethics? Like, aren't we once a year supposed to? Yeah, that we do. Are they bound by those as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so so I would, as long as those are in place, I'm comfortable with removing C.
Okay. I think as we reviewed other codes in places that had airports, that was something we saw and thought, I wonder if that's important. But I think, like you've said, we can handle that in other ways.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I just wouldn't want business owners out there that have invested that kind of money to discourage them from being involved in our airport board. If they were interested and could add something to it. I don't think they'd be looking to, game the board or anything. I mean, who knows? But
they're just one voice. If that were the intent.
They're one voice, but I just don't want them to be discouraged from, I can't serve on the board because I own a business out here.
Yeah, and where we have good representation from the council.
Yeah, it's just making a motion up here anyway.
Yeah. Great.
That was my only question. Everything else looked good to me. Who's on our, Jesse, Councilman Cardin and Councilwoman Beck? Any other questions from our airport board council members?
No, I thought through that same thing with C. I think it's just going to be on an individual basis, right?
Yeah. And I think there's protections in there and, having council representation and, yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion amending section 72870 of the airport board.
I move to approve the ordinance amending section 7.28.070 airport board, striking letter C from.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin, second by Councilwoman Beck. A roll call vote. Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
And Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
B is approved. Takes us to C, the rodeo ticket vendor contract.
I've been waiting for this all night long.
Doesn't he look so sharp tonight?
Looks like he has an appointment.
Hey, you're working your way back. Woman back. Thank you. Yeah, while I was sitting here anxiously awaiting for this moment, I reviewed our plans, and we do have bike racks in there. I knew we did, but I couldn't physically see them, but I found them. I had plenty of time to find them.
Thank you.
So,
Yes, you did.
You went and installed them.
I was in the way. No, I was in the way of them being installed. I literally, really,
Oh, were you really?
it was something being brought in, not on the inside,
so
but
that's
in the
why they
outside.
haven't been put in yet.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome. Another clarification. So in there it says rodeo ticket, and you may have wondered why our contract says something different, right? The agreement that we have here before you is called Stride Events. This is the mother company. This company started as a race registration program and an events program, and eventually went into rodeo, and they do hundreds of rodeos across the country. So they also have another branch called Rodeo Ticket. But we're entering into an agreement with, it's the same company called Stride Events, in case you were wondering. So the contract you have before you is a 2-year contract to use these guys. Let me start off by saying we wouldn't even be to this point if it wasn't for SF City Ticks and the history that's gone on here for 30 years, ever since I started here. John Bocut, we started working on writing our own in-house programs, right? This is an offshoot. SF City Ticks is one of the last things that we did, last module that we did, and Brian Perry obviously carried that through, and B2 as well. So we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for those guys who have made a substantial effort to push us in this direction and even have online registration. If you tried to buy rodeo tickets last year, you know it was a challenge, and it has been for the last couple of years. So that's kind of why we started looking into other possibilities, because this system did not have the capabilities to do all the things that we needed it to do, and it wasn't just capacity. There were other things other features that we wanted to tweak, and they just weren't able to do that. So Nick Hanks and Bronco Hunter and Seth, and there's been several of us, people from the finance office. We've had everybody involved in this process to look at these systems and say, what's going to work for us, for everybody? Because the finance department obviously has an integral part to play in all of these tickets that are being sold. So we've included them as well. So let me give you the Reader's Digest version is here. You can see in the contract their fee is $1.25 per ticket plus 4.97% of the event fee. Now, if the ticket's less than that, because we have theater programs and things that aren't that much money, then they charge us 95 cents per ticket plus the 4.97. And what that gets us is it pays for all of the fees. So those will be charged to the participants who buy the ticket. You guys have all bought tickets online. You know what that's like. We're paying every single fee that's on there. So this includes all of those fees. They will pay all the sales tax, all the credit card fees. The ticket price comes to us 100%. So all these are basically added on there, and that's where they make their money, is through that. So let me tell you what that means. It means basically to our end user, the cost is going to be 39 cents more per ticket. So, and again, 100% of that comes back to the customer. One of the things that made this, there were several things, and I don't have time to go through all of it, but one of the things that made this attractive to the rodeo specifically is we have a lot of comp tickets that we have to do, and we have a lot of people that pay with check or they pay cash. And we were getting charged for all of those fees for every single ticket that was sold. And this company doesn't charge us for any of those. If you don't use a credit card, they don't charge us a fee. And there's reasons why that happened. I don't need to give you all the history, but there's reasons why we ended up still paying for those. But we have certain tickets that we have to have per participants that we have to set aside. Anyway, there's a lot of tickets that are either comped or paid in a different way that we didn't have to pay for anymore. The net to the rodeo in this case will be probably a plus $20,000. But we will actually make some additional funds here. We calculated the Festival of Lights, and it's somewhere in the same vicinity of $20,000 because we're keeping the whole ticket price, and we're not having to take out the sales tax and the credit card fees. And again, those things are pushed to the user, so they're still being paid just through this other process. Oh, it's time to sit down. That was it.
Sure.
What questions do you have? I know this, I mean, it's relatively simple. There's a lot of information, obviously, that we've done looking at this system. Some of the things, let me just give you a couple of, for examples. The security system on the tickets for the rodeo is extremely, we have a huge interest in that. They can block people. They can block scalpers. They even knew the same ones we knew by name because they've dealt with them before. They can block those people if we choose to. They have a lot of systems in place for security wise, and that we can also, we can send out tickets to residents first. Or I mean, there's just all kinds of nice twists in there that will be beneficial to us.
So will this go in place for the lights this year?
Yes. Yes. In fact, one of the examples I loved with the lights, and again, there's several, but I'll give you one. So if we have a time slot and you have something come up and you can't make your reservation, you personally can make the change and pick a different time. In our current system, we've got to go refund that ticket, and then you've got to go back in and get a different one. And this system's capable, and these are simple processes, but to the user, that's a pretty big deal, right? If I have a conflict and I can't make my time, I can personally go change it myself.
That's nice.
On the system.
That's good.
And there's several of these that just make it easier for the end user. The reporting is so much nicer for us on the back end as well as setup. So there's lots of reasons why it obviously. SF City ticks, and they've been wonderful, but they're 10 years old and they still look 10 years old. And this is modern, much more user-friendly.
And perhaps most important, they are tested and can handle 5,000 users at the same moment. Not that we want to ever have that happen, but they can handle it. So we'll still want to have a waiting room, I think is the term.
Yeah, we still have to have the waiting room. And you guys have all bought tickets where you've done that.
But
it's just we ran into other
we
issues.
won't have any of the issues that we've had the last 2 years. So all of us, including the IT folks, are excited about the change that will come.
On that point, so I had a long-time resident of Spanish Fork talk to me a month ago. Said that for years and years they've always gone to the rodeo. That he and his wife buy tickets for their kids and for their grandkids, and they all sit together in Section C underneath the grandstands every year at the same spot. He said last year was the first year in forever that they weren't able to get tickets for whatever reason because of the waiting room or getting kicked out or whatever. By the time they were able to get in, there weren't enough tickets that they needed to be together as a group in any section of the rodeo on any night, and super frustrated, super disappointed. They were eventually able to get enough tickets through purchasing elsewhere and with other people to still go to the rodeo, but he was extremely disappointed in that whole process. So will this make it easier then, or more likely that will be easier for a resident to purchase, or will it not be any different?
I don't think it'll be easier. I think their purchasing process will be nicer.
Yeah.
But the fact that anybody can get in and buy 30 tickets guaranteed, I just don't know that you can guarantee that anymore.
So I guess on that point, and to go back to what you mentioned earlier with the added features and abilities that this may provide, the only thing I would encourage is that we try and find a way, if possible, to allow Spanish Fork residents to get tickets to their rodeo before anybody else does.
Yeah, we can look at that. I think as a committee, the question always ends up being, what's a Spanish Fork resident?
We have resident and non-resident fees for the rec center.
We
right?
do, but when it comes to the rodeo, it's just bizarre. So, I mean,
I'd love to understand more of the because you guys obviously you've discussed this. You've had, I'm sure, multiple meetings. I'd love to know what your thoughts are on what's a resident, non-resident, how it's different for the rodeo than for anything else.
I would love to be able to do that. I don't know that that's going to solve their problem completely, but I certainly would love for our residents to have a priority on tickets, and we do that for other stuff too. But it's probably not going to solve their problem completely if you're looking at that many tickets. But this system can limit the number of tickets we allow any user to buy. And I think we've had some of that in place anyway in the past, where a resident can buy maybe 50 tickets.
we could do a Friends of the Rodeo Cougar Club type of thing where you give the rodeo $1,000, you get 20 tickets, first dibs.
I'm not opposed to that.
Some people may really.
I know. We know.
Oh, you know that.
That's not what we're hoping
have
for,
additional
right?
money that you'd have to figure out what to do with.
Couldn't you easily just put in your utility bill number?
There's ways to do it. It's just not
It's just
It's just not
defining
ideal.
what that is.
Yeah, there's always somebody on the other side of that line that somebody's going to say, well, but they're okay, right? Because they're my grandfather or they're my uncle or I lived out there or whatever, right? It's just.
But I feel like that's the case and that's been the case for a very long time. We're going to have that with the rec center, and I'm sure.
But that guy's been going to the rodeo in Section G for 30 years, and now you're going to tell. Right? I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying we've talked about.
There is history.
Yeah, as a committee, it's not that quick and easy. Right. I'd love for it to be that way too. I mean, it's a Spanish Fork City event, but it's probably not just that easy. But that's a concern, and the process I think will be easier. That this individual is guaranteed to get in there, probably not. Just because they're going to get into the queue.
This is going to get us
popular event. Dave.
I know we're just focused on the rodeo, like we don't sell tickets to when the mayor speaks. That's probably going to have to happen at some point.
When it gets big enough in demand, we'll have to use the ticketing system.
There's a new mayor.
Put people in the waiting room.
Went there. You don't need a new policy. You just might need a new mayor for that demand. That's right.
You text them while they're in there waiting. Speak to them.
Yeah. But the rodeo being the biggest thing, you're right. This is the. But in talking to these guys in the past, they do some big rodeos, and I think this gets us closer to what we're desiring than what we could capably do ourselves. So I think
we just decided just do it across the board, so we're dealing with one system with all of our ticketing events.
Yeah,
so
good idea.
I like how it affects all the different events, from Wings to Wheels to Miss Spanish Fork to it's.
And you'll love it's very user friendly, which is what it should be online, right? Yeah. Not confusing and wondering
Is it
where
an
I
app?
am.
Or just on our website?
It's on the website.
Okay.
So does it still feed through our website?
Yeah, it'll actually
Ticks?
still go through SF City Ticks will still be the brand.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you, Dale. Appreciate that. There's no other
Thanks for sticking around for that.
questions for Dale. I'd entertain a motion for item C, rodeo ticket vendor contract.
I move to approve the rodeo ticket vendor contract with Stride Events.
Motion made by Councilman Took. Second by Councilwoman Beck. A roll call vote here. Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
And Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
3 very excited yeses. Couple just
Because it's a little bit past their bedtime.
Regular yeses over
bedtime.
here.
They're a little bit on the older
Focus
end.
on this
of
next presentation. I'm glad you woke me up.
Okay, that takes us to item 11, a concept review of South Valley Village land use. Mr. David G. Anderson.
Start the clock.
Who are these people?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Let Jack get this loaded up here.
For dinner.
They're troopers. They've been out there for 4 hours.
No caffeine in here.
We took some of your time in a work session several weeks ago to talk about a layout for the area that we're looking at here. A good part of what is represented on this image is in Spanish Fork. Some would be part of an annexation that we've been talking with the development group about for quite a while. This plan is different than what was presented in the work session in that the applicants have modified the commercial area up. I'm not even going to try. The pink area that says commercial. That's been expanded, and there have been some other changes made as well. And tonight, I understand we're here to get your feedback on this before they go any further with spending time and effort and resources on more detailed, refined kind of designs. I wanted to get, again, your thoughts on this. Call this oftentimes a bubble plan, just simple, designating land use. And in this case, it's really just 2 land uses, residential and commercial, a couple of different densities of residential. And it's really that simple. So, Mr. Pritchett, you want to add anything to that? But really excited to have you guys share any thoughts that you're up to share on this. Thanks.
Remind us of what time we've done in these. It's kind of up to us, but it's 15 minutes total, but presentation-wise, and then discussion, some questions. Oh, take whatever time you want, but we'll have some.
But don't go past 15.
I always
But
get
if
a timer after people take hours.
But if you
and
want
hours.
some feedback,
Austin's here. Start the timer. I don't know what it is about.
I argued for a minute, but I lost.
Well, yeah, I think you guys know, all of you have talked to us about this project at some point or another by now, and we've had a few dynamics of waiting on that. The reason, obviously, the left side of the screen is swerved like that is the connector rail that we're trying to make space for. We know it's coming through. We know it's important to you guys, so we're planning around it. And then just getting your feedback, light feedback on, okay, how do we start this conversation, right? We know there's been talks about different densities and where to put what, and the feedback we got was feather the density low to higher as you get more north, add some more commercial. We just had a corner there at first because we've had several, probably 10 to 15 retail groups in and out of this, looking at it and saying, we're right next to the Walmart Costco hub, and then north is the Smith's hub. And so a smaller commercial center is doable. We'd love to do a bigger one, but everyone we've come across has said no, it's too close to the other 2 hubs. So this is our best foot forward on how to allocate these densities, add some open space. So that's not all the open space. There will be open space throughout the pods themselves, but that's just kind of general open space for the area. And we'll have trails that tie back into the trails going south. But yeah, this is more or less just to get us kicked off on the right foot to make sure we're doing the right things in the right places. So it'll go the medium density stuff that I think all of you guys have seen at different lunches with us on the south end, and then getting a little tighter and more dense on the north, and then going up to a much higher density in those orange areas as we get further north. So that is the plan.
Do you have any images tonight, or you're just wanting a general feeling?
So no, not tonight. We just
Okay.
want a general feeling of if we're doing stuff in the right areas. So we've showed you guys different images of the pocket neighborhoods we had been planning. I know a lot of you had positive feedback on that. There are some things we'll need to get more feedback on lining the roads with units or keeping them more interior as we had shown. So it kind of goes against the current code, and we know from staff there's a reason that code exists, right? It works better the way they planned it through their experience. So things like that we'll need to get feedback on, whether you guys want to keep it more of the mixed internal type feel that's a bit of a variance, or more of lining the roads as traditional in Spanish Fork.
Austin, with you being the property owners, Have you heard anything as far as the timeline with the road to your north with the bridge? I know the bridge is under construction. And how will that road affect the road adjacent to your commercial, to the east of your commercial?
Yep, so this road alignment will stay. It actually has to start raising up, and then the stoplight there is going to be raised up a bit. So you're not going to be able to access it till you come down off that. But those are the road alignments, and the project will be finished, that road project, not the connector rail. But the road portion of the project will be finished before we get a single unit finished. It'll be done here in the next year for sure.
I can't see specifically, but high density is at 20 to,
Yeah, we're trying to get a minimum of 20 in those areas. So
and
we've
medium is 12 to 17?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So townhomes?
Yeah, in the mixed density homes that you've seen before, some potentially really tight singles, lots of different variances of towns. But the look and feel of that, we're going to have to discuss, right? Again, the internal or kind of pocket neighborhoods or the traditional street lining. And so
You want to explain the reason for your open space locations and the lengths and the widths and the...
Yep, so that open space there is under the power easement. So initially we had it flopped where there was going to be high density, and then we were going to use all of that for the parking requirements. But then we were given the direction that you'd rather feather low to high. And so if we can't do any project building or anything under there, then it's a good spot to use as generic open space for the entire neighborhood.
So then you flip on the other side of the street where you've got the high density. I assume the power corridor is still there. That's where you would use parking then?
Exactly. Yep. That'll be all parking under that same easement for those power lines. But it's used as part of the project, so we didn't leave it as just generic open space. So.
And are you looking for this to be rent or own?
So far, everyone we have will be for sale, will be owned. Yeah. So if we're going to get higher than 20 units, it probably goes away from a stacked for sale type product to a rent. Right. And so we're looking at different groups to do a pocket of that as well. But yeah, everything so far is going to be for sale. The stuff you guys have all seen in different lunches is all for sale.
And remind us the price point.
So the stacked condos, I think, start in the 200s, which is crazy in this market right now, high 200s. And then the townhomes, what's the range? Mid-4s to mid-5s on the towns.
Stacked condos, how many bedrooms?
They get up to 3 bedrooms.
And they get up to 3?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Talk to us a little bit about infrastructure. I assume you've had discussions with city staff.
Yep.
Lift stations, if you need a lift station, where would that be located?
Yep.
What are you looking at?
So we've got it engineered to be located in the upper left corner, where it's kind of the lowest area. We're still talking to staff about whether that's the best location or not, but we're most of the way through engineering that, which is the biggest lift, no pun intended, of the utilities here. The other poles are fairly simple, as they're kind of down where that where the industrial is there. But obviously, as it gets lower, the sewer needs a lift station. So we've got that engineered. The exact location may change, but yeah, it works.
I can't read. How many acres is that commercial pink area? Does it say acres there?
This version, around 7 acres, Tate? 6.5, yeah.
You said 8.5? 10?
6.5.
It's bigger every time.
I think that was our biggest concern, right? That there's only so many direct accesses to I-15 in our city, and understanding that there's a huge commercial development to your south and a fairly large one to the north. It's limited, we get that, but it was basically one 2-acre gas station potentially. So I like this way better. This is much better.
And is this enough for you?
This is probably enough. I mean, I think there is a limit. I really do.
Yeah, no, we've tried to get the bigger
80
anchors.
acres down here that you have to compete with?
We've tried to get the bigger anchors in, and there's just nobody that's
Right, who's
willing.
left?
A smaller neighborhood type deal, we can.
That this whole neighborhood could access and do
Exactly.
something like that.
And then one of the other things that we would like your guys' feedback on is right now there's the road that comes from the industrial, right, south to the north.
Yeah.
Right now on the street master plan, I believe that's a commercial collector. And so the way it's currently master planned, we would have semi-trucks coming through the neighborhood. So we had talked with staff about the potential of trying to make that more of a neighborhood road where if a semi-truck had to make it through, it could for a secondary access, but it wouldn't be the convenient road, so that we could try to push all semi-traffic down through the industrial area. And wanted to get your guys' feedback because obviously that's contrary to the current traffic master plan with that being a commercial collector.
Yeah, and that was to one of the questions. The next question I had is the road. Right now you've got Canyon Creek, but you've got this
Chapel Drive.
Chapel Drive. You got this piece that cuts off to the right that's not part of your development.
Yeah, so
down where it looks like there's going to be a roundabout.
Yeah.
Am I seeing that right?
Yep.
Is the plan for that road to continue and that to be the main road, and then this would be?
That's correct, and that's why we kept the curve in it, was to actually slow the traffic through the community, because the major collector is going to be that new road that goes up to Springville and connects to, I forget what they call it in Springville.
It's the road that goes past Smith's.
And so that will be the major arterial there coming up through the community. And so we want people, obviously, as they come through a residential area, to slow down through that.
Do you have any ownership in any of the property outside of here?
You bring his own?
He likes big. No, I gave it to him.
Yeah, so that's the Crandall property. So Springville, we discussed this with them. What they're actually waiting on is the connector rail, because until the connector rail, they would have to jog that road, which they don't want to do.
So they're waiting for this to get done.
As soon as that's done, they have funding in place with MAG to do that road.
Continue this road. Where does this road end, or what's the plan with this?
Yeah, you can see it ties right to the left of that, which is why the rail is so important.
So it'll kind of just curve like this?
Exactly, yep. And that's already all designed.
You know what Springville's general plan, what have they got for this area?
A lot of medium density. They said 12 would be the highest that they would
Residential.
possibly.
With commercial.
So
with some commercial.
So I'll give you my 2 cents, and I'll try to hurry so that everyone else can give theirs as well. I think you've hit on some of my biggest concerns, or Shane did. The commercial, I think, as big as possible, obviously there. Second is, I think that this is going to be tough. Any way that we shape this, or anything that we've looked at, specifically with parking, with how we design the community to make it feel workable, and not just put pockets of people that are whatever that is, where they're, and I don't even know how to explain that in a good way, but just like pockets of people that aren't able to live in a good way. I think that that's an important aspect. The last thing that you brought up, that street, I do struggle with that street because of the fact that if we're saying, hey, we're going to make this a very specific to a neighborhood road, there's a lot of truck traffic that we are now just opening up a freeway that we're saying, hey, you don't have access to. I think that that's going to be hard for that group.
Access is just a couple blocks down, right?
I understand, but that's already an F on UDOT, right? It's already a bad intersection. So we're saying, hey, we're going to push all of it down there when we're going to potentially alleviate some of it. That would be my feedback.
I'm confused with what you just said. What are we?
Let me use this.
What's the button?
Top
So
button.
this, no?
Yeah, top button. It takes a second. There it is.
So this road here, right? He's saying if we make this just a neighborhood road.
No, sorry, I'm talking about just Chapel Drive, which is
Where?
just the one that goes right now. Yeah, that one. Straight,
right here?
No, yeah, straight down. Sorry, north to south. A little to
Do you
the right.
want this?
Sorry, I wish this isn't all.
Probably the top button on that one.
That one right there, exactly.
Okay,
Sorry, that's the only one that.
I was talking this other road.
So that one's a commercial collector right now.
Okay.
And we don't want semi-trucks passing through unless they have to.
Totally different
so that's the one we
subjects.
would like to.
Yep.
Yeah, Canyon Creek will still stay
100%
commercial. We are curving it, leaving the curve to slow it down. The main commercial, when Springville puts that in, will go up that way.
I was talking the other road, so we're good.
Yeah, no, you're good.
But if we get commercial in that corner, like you're saying, that will drive traffic to that commercial area depending on what's there.
Yeah, and we're
Even
okay
if
with the traffic. It's just we want to slow it down in that area. We're okay with that being a
Have you guys done any calculations as to, with that larger commercial piece now, plus with the lift station, any idea on total units to make this pencil?
Yeah, I think our latest plan with the 2 high density pockets is somewhere around 1,000.
Yeah, just over 1,000.
1,000 total units?
And that's just ours.
Ballpark?
And then you have the pocket of multifamily down to the right. That's not ours.
Which pocket's this?
It's over to the right.
Right there. It's Acelia owns it. The Acelia group with John Owen.
And we've not seen anything for that, right?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
They're planning 20 plus units to the acre on that one.
Okay. What? So at 1,000 units with your acreage, what does that put the total project?
About 1,400.
How many units to the acre?
That would probably be a blended
14?
14, maybe 15, somewhere there.
15 doesn't scare me at all.
Yeah.
What I would be looking for here is will be impossible to connect to the rest of the community, right? It's Spanish Fork by landmass, but not Spanish Fork community because it's so separated. There's so much distance between this and the rest of our city. So I would want this to be sort of its own standalone community.
Yep.
And I would be way open to ripping the normal process, the normal standard straight roads and all the things out and just saying, how do we make this to be its own thing? I don't like poorly constructed, it's not even the right word, putting a bunch of cheap homes away from the community is a recipe for disaster, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I think you need to bring some more.
That's been the goal, is to make a community in and of itself that's cool, that people are like, I
Not
live
like
in this area and it's cool.
Right. That's
Yeah.
what I want. It's something that's in its own community. People will go from one to the next, right? Grow up in here.
Grow within the community
Yeah.
because they like it.
But not a high density project.
Yeah,
lack of
and
a
that's
better word.
exactly. I think you guys have seen the stuff we were planning
Right.
with the cool pocket feels, and that's exactly the reason why we wanted maybe to change some of it up a little bit, is because we really want to give that feel of where people want to stay there because it's cool. It's near the freeway. It's big enough. It's got its own little commercial. They could just kind of live and play and hop on the freeway to work there.
Right.
The tricky part is obviously it doesn't fall within code right now, right?
Right.
There's not a code written for it. So
Yeah, we talked about
Bring
that.
us some cool stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
Parking's going to be huge
Yeah.
because you can't park out on those streets. Like you're going to be in the development. So I think we might need to rethink, like, is 2.5 enough? Think that through. And then Dave, I had a question. How does this line up with I know the general plan is not officially done, but does this line up with what we're looking at doing?
I think general plan contemplates
Dense.
More dense, right?
Yeah, and more commercial, and even potentially a mix of commercial and residential.
So they said that they're getting feedback that commercial wouldn't stand alone here, or they don't need a lot. What have you heard, if anything?
I guess just that. They're the only folks that we've heard from.
Okay.
So
Are you guys opposed to, I know we've seen, I don't know how many iterations here. Are you opposed to more density than what we have right now in our general plan? and
So-
zoning?
Yeah, it'll be tough.
And-
It'll be tough to make work in this just with the parking alone is like you're saying, if we're going to need even more parking, there's no possible way we're getting more than 20 units an acre. It can't fit spatially.
To be able to
No
pencil
matter
and
how
get what you
creative
need
we
back.
got. Yeah. It just wouldn't fit. And then on top of that, the commercial, so we're doing the Southwest project and we're looking for a commercial down there.
Yeah.
And we've actually taken different groups that were interested down there and said, this spot's better. It's on a more populated road going to Mapleton in between. And they're like, no, we're not going to go there.
What's their hang up with with here?
Because there's the Walmart, Costco, Macy's, everything right below it, and the Smith's right above it.
There's just too much competition.
It's just there. Yeah, they just.
So
would
I
die.
guess the question, what, because there's a lot of different types of commercial, right?
Yeah, no, we tried to do a big lifestyle one as well, but the kind of more luxury and smaller grocers weren't ready to go there. But there is like
the
a
demographics aren't quite right in that location.
So what about not focusing on a grocery store? Because like you say, you've got Walmart, Smith's, you've got Costco. What about looking at other commercial types?
We've looked at not grocers, at home builder, home goods, Home Depot, those types of things, and everyone said it's just
we
too
looked
close.
at like a feed store, and they don't. I mean, we've pounded the pavement pretty hard on this.
We haven't stopped short of trying.
How many acres does a car dealership need?
A car dealership is like 12 to 15 if it's a bigger one, but the one that's interested in the area owns kitty corner to here already.
Okay.
So that's that's the only person we've had interested in that sort of use, and they've already owned land up there.
Willing to sell it and buy here?
Yeah.
So the
better location.
One of the beautiful things about being here is we don't get to tell them what commercially to build.
Yeah.
I don't think our zone says that you need to put in a grocery store or a car dealership or whatever it might. If we're not comfortable with 12.5 acres of commercial, I think that's what you said, Tate, right? What are we comfortable with? That's the number we need.
Strike that from the record. No, I'm just kidding.
You said 7.5, right? Just to be clear, just to make sure the record's clear. You said I'm giving you crap. You said 7.5, right?
I think it's 6.5.
Oh, okay. Sorry, man.
35.
We need to give them. Are we comfortable at 6.5, or would rather see it 10, or would rather see it 15? Like that. That's what we need to get to for tonight, right? That's what you need to know from us.
That's what we need to know. If
Yeah.
these lines are right, we go forward. If we need something bigger, something different,
right,
let us know.
We want to leave tonight and site plan this and come back with a concept review with actual buildings put on, so you guys can see the pocket parks and everything, how it flows.
Right.
You know, hopefully in a month, right?
But we don't want to come back with all the pocket parks and buildings and you say, oops.
You know what?
that's
If it
not
was
big
double that, it would be okay. Yeah, I totally understand. That's we've been here before. We've seen the drawings, and I think I'm tending towards the more commercial, the better. This is the last stand. I mean, we are working on the south end, but dang, you don't have direct access like this very many places. So the more commercial, the better for me. 6.5 is the bare minimum. I'd rather see it go up. I don't like the lines only because they're straight lines and there's this little dorky green open space, and I'm assuming that you're going to mix it throughout. And it's going to be.
This is just very.
I got
generic.
you. But generally, I'm good with where you have high density. I'm good with where you have medium density and more commercial for me.
More commercial for me as well. I want it to be affordable, and $500,000 just doesn't sound affordable for some reason.
So that's the kind of level up that we were talking
Yeah,
about. That
I
people
know.
could go from, one kid starter family to like, hey, I love this area.
Right.
I want to go up.
The
But
standard
then I'm
condos start at 250, which is
Yes, and I like that. I'm just wondering, to level up, if I was leveling up, would I choose to be right next to I-15 and all the commercial? If I was leveling up, I don't know that I would choose to level up there.
So real quickly, that's a total contradiction to having a nicer area.
I know.
It is.
So we got to figure out which one
Exactly.
we want more.
Yeah, I think you fill this up with $250,000 units. and
That's
it's
not good.
Not what we're going to be.
No.
That's not what we want. So there are way closer places to I-15 that are worth more than $250,000. Like they're lining I-15 all through Davis County for $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. So it's far enough away that I'm not worried about it.
And I think
But
one of the
for
other
me,
benefits
it has
is
to be a mixture of things. It cannot be $350,000, $300,000 across the entire footprint.
100%.
No way.
And I think part of the thing this has going for it, number one, proximity to I-15, right? You can get anywhere fast from Spanish Fork, but also you can be at restaurants. All the restaurants are
just
half a mile away, right? Which I mean, we lived in a pocket where it was really close in a lower area. It was the most convenient thing ever. I wish we could have stayed in that area, but we couldn't. It was just not an area where you want to be, right? So now we're 15 minutes from.
But when you say
everything.
leveling up, it's still townhome, but it's just a nicer.
Or even we'll have single family, kind of like Daybreak, a few of those where someone says, I love that I can be at the restaurants in 5 minutes and at the freeway immediately and stay in that community, right?
To me, leveling up is going from 1 room to 2 rooms to 3 rooms, and that's the price difference. They're all built the same quality, they have the same look and feel-ish,
Just
right?
bigger.
But just bigger. So you're moving as you grow your family. Not, I'm strapped for cash, so it's 200, and it's now 500, and it's the same square footage.
Right.
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 It grows with you, but it's still the same quality as you grow.
Another thing to consider is if we're asking for more commercial, that reduces the amount of space for their residential, which means if we're also wanting more parking for their residential, it limits how much residential there can be and how feasible it is for them to pencil with their project. And so those are things we've got to consider as well.
Yeah, the overall density is probably going to drop.
A couple thoughts that come to my mind is Kidstopia that's out there. God, I'm at that place. I'm glad they went into business, and it's a place where you think this is clear out there. It's not. There's a lot of Spanish Fork people going to Kidstopia right here. So some of the places in that commercial that you could have people going to get a soft drink, people going to their chiropractor or dentist or whatever. I think that mix of commercial there can help make your community. And I know that green line isn't exactly that green line, but again, another places I've went all summer is Electric Park for football practice for my little guy. That is a great use of open space under power lines, and so park space that connects along there, used so heavy in our community. If you haven't been up to Electric Park,
It's a
Jesse,
fun one.
you guys are up there a lot. My gosh, that is a beautiful park and a great use of a power corridor. So incorporating that into that neighborhood, I think there's a couple of of wins you could do here that make it. Even though we look at a map and say it's geographically disconnected, it's right on the border of some places that I'm going to a lot right now, and with a connection to the freeway, that's about to be done. It's a lot of places that new people are going to go and maybe call Spanish Fork home before they keep driving up the road and going somewhere else.
I think a lot more people are going to be going there from southeast Spanish Fork to get on the freeway there. It's going to feel more internal as soon as that freeway exits.
Yeah.
In.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any feedback from this side?
Just a couple quick thoughts. I'm liking this. We've talked about it. I know it's been in the works for a long time. I would, as has been said by a couple up here this evening, I would like to see a little more commercial, and I know you have feelings about that, and that's fine. I don't know how that looks. I don't know exactly what I mean by that, but I don't know whether you get a little more creative but I would personally love to see maybe, a couple spots, 2 spots. But that's the one thing I'm liking it, but that's
We'll
my
work on it. We'll figure it out.
I know it takes away the numbers.
You tell us what you want. And
Yeah,
we'll work on it.
That's
honestly,
my 2 cents. Yeah.
From a land development, we can do more commercial. We just got to find the right mix, like you said.
And maybe it takes a little bit longer, right? But I mean, we can figure it out.
And I would say I would be very comfortable with the density going higher. I know that we've talked about that maybe it doesn't work right now in the economy and different things, how things are buying, but I do think that this is a great spot to put some density if we can.
Yeah, I think so. Back to the parking question, if it's kind of internal, how do we fit it, right? 20's about as high as you can get right now. We'd love to do more.
You guys ever done structure parking?
I mean, structured
It's
parking
so
right now is
expensive.
about
Is it a lot?
$30,000 a stall. So if you think about affordability, right now at 2.5 stalls, I mean, you're adding $80,000 per unit in parking. It just
too,
doesn't make
too
sense.
expensive.
You can only really do it in locations where you can charge for parking, and that's not what Spanish Fork is or wants to be, right?
Does that help?
Thank you guys. Help
That's
some
very helpful.
feedback.
We appreciate it. We'll
Keep
be
your
back
roads
soon.
really narrow too.
Yeah.
We got one that says make them wide. We got one that says make them narrow.
There's a
Garages,
standard
so
for
two
it.
cars
I
can
don't know
go
why
in
you
them.
need a road in a
Seth, is
development.
there something you want?
Yeah, I don't want to add more length to it, but in a previous plan, we saw some kind of parking concepts that were kind of disconnected from the houses
On
themselves.
the fringe of the property.
Yeah, we were just in a conversation about a different project. You guys had a lot of conversations about parking. I think any feedback to them? I'm not building a garage, but do you have any feedback about that concept of, well, it can fit over here, so we'll put some parking and that'll meet the number, or do you want to see parking closer to where the units are?
Closer to people.
Yeah, so I will say the medium density, much easier to do that internally. The higher density, we have to find big pockets. And so we were using that power line corridor, is probably why it looked like that. And now that we're not, we're just going to have fields kind of internally.
Okay.
But yeah, it hurts density, but we'll figure it out.
How does it work with high density next to a commercial? If you've got a commercial use there, like a commercial office, like a dentist's office, where their hours are 8 to 5, there's nobody there in the evening. Is it legal for a resident that lives next door to park?
There's lots of
during the
places that do
evening?
cross parking
Are there?
agreements. Yeah.
It's private property, so it's not legal. It's a matter of their
agreement?
Or,
they've
yeah,
set
do
up?
I allow you to park in my parking lot?
Yeah, I mean, I've done it before where the city allows some percentage to be cross-parked, and then there's a recorded agreement between the two that goes in perpetuity that says you have to let each other park, right?
From these hours to these hours, it's ours.
Mhm.
From these hours, it's yours.
That'd be nice.
Yep. And it's almost not an hourly thing, it's just a natural flow, right? Because the office people will be there in the day, the residents will be there at the night.
So long as the office has the parking that they need when they
And there
need
may
it.
be some exclusivity, but the kind of extra is always just kind of in flow.
Well, we appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
You bet.
We'll be back soon.
Thank you.
And next time you come, see these two gentlemen with the jackets? That's what we expect.
Oh, you are one to talk.
It's a mock. It's a mock.
Yeah, I'm mocking it.
Thank you guys for sticking around.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Ready?
Okay, we have closed meeting tonight. If there's nothing else that needs to come before this body, I'd entertain a motion to go into closed
I
session.
move to adjourn to closed meeting to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property as provided by Utah Code annotated 52-4-205 in the Explorer Room.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin.
Second.
Second by Councilman Marshall to go into closed session. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're excused from council meeting. Thank you for joining us. We'll go to closed session now.